I think we're live. Excellent. Well, good morning. Good morning, Austin. And those of you not from Austin who are listening, I'm Colleen Dipple, the founder and CEO of Families Empowered, and we are so excited because today is our Austin Virtual School Fair. Normally in January, we're in a room with lots of schools and hundreds of parents and community partners. But during this pandemic, we wanted to bring the same services to our families and support our schools and community partners in a safe way. And so we're really thrilled to partner with National School Choice Week to bring you a virtual school fair. So we're hoping for any parents who are watching us now, thank you, but head to our school fair at atxschoolfair.org. And, we hope that you ask great questions and engage with lots of schools. So now I am here with our Chief Program Officer, Ann Starr, who's in Austin. Hi, Ann. And our Families Empowered board member, Annette Van Brunt, who is meeting with us early morning on Saturday. And we're really thrilled to have her here to help talk about sort of Families Empowered, what we do and how we do it. But it's always really interesting to hear from community members who invest their time in our work and to hear why they do that and why it's important to them. And Annette is a new board member who recently joined our board and who has a real passion for our mission. And so, Annette, thank you for joining us. I know this is a strange maybe way to spend your Saturday, and we know you're on Zoom almost all week doing business. So thank you for being willing to spend some time this morning, actually on YouTube. I think we're live on YouTube, so not Zoom. These are unique platforms. But so could you tell us just a little bit about your story and who you are and why you've joined the Families Empowered Board, and then we've got some other questions.
Yeah. So, I'm really thrilled to be here today. And so a little bit about me. I grew up in the Rio Grande Valley in a small town, a border town. And I was blessed to have many parents, or have parents like many of you that are here today, that understood the relationship between a quality education and positive life options and outcomes. And education just always came first in our little house. The focus on education actually led me to Harvard in Massachusetts to complete my bachelor's in economics. And after a few years of work, I went to Rice to get my MBA. I've worked in the energy industry my entire career and had my own energy consulting company for about 20 years. I'm married and I have 3 kids. And I was drawn, to answer your question, I was drawn to the mission of Family Empowered when I learned about it from my friend Deanna Schaefer, who's with Families Empowered. And I learned that you were helping families that were very much like mine when I was growing up. And there are families, the families in this audience who really knew the value of a quality education and are looking for the best option to meet your children's education needs. So, and then when I heard about the Common App, I was sold. This told me that you really, really, really understood the challenges that many parents face when trying to find the right school and working to eliminate all the obstacles, any obstacles you can find that busy families might have in being able to not only identify, but easily apply to many school options and find a match. With 3 kids of my own, we applied to so many schools over the years, and I know the struggle of applying to a lot of schools. So that was really what drew me.
So I might go slightly off script, but I think what's really interesting, right, is as a mom, I think there are probably lots of moms and dads, hopefully, who are going to tune into this either live or, and by the way, this will be up for forever, who will hear this. And I think especially, parents who are in transition grades, right? So it's either a first-time parent, like that first-time pre-K or kindergarten decision, or the middle school transition, or middle school to high school. Those feel super big. And we also have parents, obviously, who move. But can you tell us a little bit about, you have 3 kids and you've had to do this now 3 times, right? And each time it's as complicated But what kinds of schools did you choose and did you look at for your own children?
Yep. So there actually was a 10-year span where there wasn't a single year that one of my children wasn't applying to something, just the way they're spaced out. So we did magnet schools through Houston ISD. So we went through the magnet school process. We applied to private schools as well, so then there were other kinds of schools that were not necessarily magnet, but also required. And then we went to Vanguard schools. So there were all sorts of different applications throughout all of that. And then the different schools themselves each had their own. So even though there were similar types, they each had their own requirements. So yeah, it was definitely a challenge.
Well, so one of the things I think that we are really proud of at Families Empowered is that we do not work with one type of school. So we know that parents like you and our parents are looking for options that fit their children, and every child is different, even within a family, right? So we work with district schools. You mentioned ISD, Houston ISD. So we work with Houston ISD and Austin ISD and San Antonio ISD and even smaller ISDs. We've worked with Pflugerville and Maynard and other districts that are in Central Texas. But we also work with charter schools and charter school networks. So big charter schools and small charter schools. And then we're also pretty proud that we work with private schools. Right, so we work with the archdiocese in all three cities and small private schools, that are non-religious, but have scholarships or opportunities to make those kinds of options available. And so I think what you're describing is the story of our parents who want all options available to them. And sometimes one, don't know the choices they have. And two, there's this just crazy system of applying. And so we do try at Families Empowered to make that easier. Part of why we're doing this fair today is so that families have the ability to interact with lots of different schools. And I know that we have public schools and private schools, charter public schools, district schools. So we're really proud of that. But the thing that you also mentioned is the process, right? So common application, and the process is I just am sort of feeling badly. Like 10 years of applying to school it's time consuming, it's technical, there are deadlines. It's almost like applying to college. So the options are great. They're just hard if you can't get to them. So, talk a little bit about, how you looked at different schools and what you found was sort of most difficult for you and ways that you manage that.
Right. Well, so the most difficult part was that each had, like you said, timelines, their own forms, but first and foremost, making sure that it was a match, that it was going to be useful for both of us, and so getting information kind of in a consistent way, as you guys are doing, and with fairs like this. I mean, a school fair for elementary, I mean, that was unheard of. To be able to go to one place and learn about so many schools at once was hard. So gathering information was very time consuming, and then the process of making sure you get all the forms, and if there are essays for the older grades, and just getting all of those things done. They weren't all the same, and so that took a lot of time and maybe led to applying to fewer. And I have to say, when I went to my first Families Empowered event, there was a few schools that spoke. They were new schools. I had no idea, that they existed. I mean, so awareness is a big thing that I wish I'd have had when I was going through this. My kids, I didn't say the ages, but they're 21, 20, and 15. So I'm kind of past some of this, but the awareness that you guys bring is just invaluable. Knowing that I can go to one place and learn about all these schools that I'd never heard of. If they're really small schools, you may not know that how many that it exists, that it's down the street, it's around the corner, or that they can transport your child to their school, which is also very important to working families, transportation. And so knowing that knowing there's one place to go to it, and knowing that there's somebody who could help me through, because there was no one to help me, like at an event like today, I think is just really cool.
So I just want to let folks who are watching know that we do try to make this very complicated process easier. And you're right. I mean, once you've been through it, it's kind of like, I know Anne, I'm just going to steal Anne's thunder a little bit. Anne and I are both first generation college graduates, and, didn't have a lot of help, finding colleges. And the way that what we bring to the table is really thinking through, so what is it like for that first time person, whether it's a first time, but being a first gen college grad makes you, you realize you sort of bumble through a process that other people just know the rules of the game. And so we try to really help make those rules easier and clearer, and make sure that our families are empowered with the rules so that they have there's an equal shot at getting into this high quality schools that more affluent families have. And so we're super proud of our common applications. And in Austin, if you want to go to one place for multiple schools, it's not every school in Austin, but applyaustin.org, I think we can put it up there, maybe, but applyaustin.org is a free site. We manage that site, and there are multiple schools on that site where you can go and apply to and explore. But today is a good day to, to talk to the schools and ask things like, do you have transportation, right? Do you provide aftercare, right? I mean, for working class people, and I mean, actually, for lots of, parents, yeah, for lots of parents, aftercare it's a big deal, right? The workday ends at 5, not at 2:15, and so those are things that people want to know. And then things like, do you provide individualized education services? And there's like lots of different things, right, that people want and need. There's our information. So there's our Austin number, our general website, and then the applyaustin.org site. Before we switch over to Spanish, and Anne has just been really lovely. She's just sitting there very quietly, and she's going to have the similar conversation in Spanish. But I just want to ask one personal question. As someone who grew up in the Rio Grande Valley and ended up at Harvard, I would love to hear just a little, especially for maybe some of the high school and middle school kids, because sometimes students are involved and they might be looking at this. Can you share a little bit about what that experience was like? And I think when we first met, we had an event that you came to. It was a cocktail party, and a student spoke, and I'll never forget. I was so impressed. That's when I was like, she has to be on our board. There was a student who spoke, and I think her mother only spoke Spanish, and she said that she wanted to go to college. And I don't know if she said Harvard, but she said, I want to go to college. And you walked right up to her afterwards like a mom, and you knelt down and you talked to her face to face, and you told her your story, and you said, if I can do this, you can do it. And I remember just thinking, that's exactly it, right? And our kids and our families need to hear more of that. They need to see it and believe it. But it'd be great to just share a little bit, if you wouldn't mind, about how you got there, and then what happened when you got there.
So I didn't have a normal path. And so I went to school in the Valley, but I did have my parents chose a town, out of all those border towns that did really have a strong education for math and science. And I'm a math science person. And so I had just the right people along the way, which, who cared about kids. And I had parents who just put, like I said earlier, put education above all. But, I didn't have a counselor to help me apply. I did it myself. I didn't have parents who'd applied, and, my mom never went to college. My dad, while he went to college, went on a GI Bill. I don't think there was an application like you apply to college today. And so that I didn't have any guidance when it came to that, not at school, not at home. And so, we just kind of take it what you can. But so many of my classmates, could have benefited from something, some more help, and had these opportunities. I did it. I did it myself and just applied. I remember, I remember not having a lot of support from, from teachers saying, certain teachers saying, man, you want to make sure you apply, to this lower level school. And don't get me wrong, I've had my kids my older kids been told the same thing. Don't let anyone tell you you should not apply someplace. You make your decision for yourself, do your research, use entities like Families Empowered to help you understand what your options are. But I just kind of kept plowing through and took my tests over and over, took those SATs as often as I could to get those scores up. And Harvard took a chance on me. One little story, I don't know if you know this, Colleen, but before Harvard gave me a spot, I was recruited by someone who was doing Texas, but she was also kind of focused on minority recruitment. And she gave me a call and said, if we give you a spot, will you actually come? Which I thought was a very strange question. And now in hindsight, I understand. And I said, of course. And she says, well, I learned later that kids, many Hispanic females, they apply, but then the families maybe won't, let them go. And so they wanted to be sure that they, that I would really go. And so, it was an interesting question, and one I answered correctly apparently because they let me in. But they also wanted just to be sure that I was going to be ready. That I was going to be ready for something like that. That I was going to go because I was ready to do something like that, which I thought was interesting. It's a totally different world now. This is 35 years later, and I think we all know what you're doing, but the challenge still exists, and finding out more. You're empowered by education, not only in the classroom, but just learning as much as you can about the process, and having you guys available to help is invaluable. I wanted to say to everyone, there really hasn't been a person at Families Empowered that hasn't literally knocked my socks off. I mean, and I've little bits and pieces of folks here and there, even preparing for this. There's really so many amazing people doing things behind the scenes with a contagious passion to help all of you in getting the information you need to make that ideal school selection. And I just am so excited to be part of this organization.
Well, we are grateful for your support. And I have to say, I'm pretty proud of our team too. We provide 5 days a week, all day, free, not all day, not to midnight, but free service. And our callers are just phenomenal people, all bilingual, all native Spanish speakers. And certainly they have made calls in the evenings, on the weekends. We really feel passionately about our families, and we believe in them, right? We believe that families, regardless of income, love their kids more than anyone and know their children and know what's right for their kids. And so we're here to offer free support, free service, and free, bilingual, safe support for anyone like your parents who knows that, education is critically important and wants to find a school that's right for them. And by the way, over 11 years, that's over 100,000 families. So there's no shortage of parental love in the state of Texas, and we're proud to serve them. So thanks for the compliments. I'm going to turn it over to Anne, who's going to have a similar conversation in Spanish for our families who are only native speakers or more comfortable in Spanish. So thank you for agreeing to do this twice. And I'm going to mute here. So thanks, Anne, for being here this morning.
Of course. And thank you, Colleen. I'm the Chief Program Officer. My name's Ann Starr again, and bienvenidos a todos. Annette, ¿nos puedes decir un poco de usted y su experiencia con Families Empowered?
Sí. Hola, bienvenidos a todos. Gracias a acompañarnos hoy en la Feria Escolar de Austin. Como dice Celina, estamos muy excited por tenerlos aquí hoy. Families Empowered es una organización que ayuda a padres a encontrar buenas escuelas para sus hijos. Si usted necesita ayuda encontrando estas escuelas o necesita ayuda ayuda solicitando hoy, visite el botón abajo de este video que dice haga clic aquí para obtener ayuda con la aplicación. Aquí estamos para servirles. Hoy es el día perfecto para hablar con las escuelas, hacer preguntas, tomar notas y solicitar hoy.
Oh,
Estoy muy emocionada de estar aquí hoy. Crecí en una ciudad en la frontera de Texas. Tuve la suerte de tener padres, como muchos de ustedes, que entendieron la relación entre una educación de calidad y resultados de vida positivos. La educación siempre fue lo más importante de todo en nuestra casita. Este enfoque en la educación me llevó a la Universidad de Harvard en Massachusetts para completar mi título en economía. Trabajé unos años y luego saqué un MBA de finanzas en Rice University. He trabajado en la industria de energía durante toda mi carrera y he tenido mi propia empresa durante casi 20 años. Estoy casada y tengo 3 hijos.
Pues muchísimas gracias por esta gran bienvenida, Annette. ¿En qué específico te atrajo a la misión de Families Empowered?
Sí, me fascinó la misión de Families Empowered cuando supe de ellos por mi amiga Diana Schaefer. Y me dijeron que estaban ayudando a familias que eran muy parecidas a la familia cuando yo estaba pequeña, pequeña. Eran familias que conocían el valor de una educación y la calidad y buscaban la mejor opción para las necesidades educativas de sus hijos. Families Empowered entienden lo difícil que puede ser encontrar la escuela perfecta para sus hijos. Trabajan para eliminar muchos de los obstáculos que las familias pueden tener cuando se postulan a muchas escuelas y encuentran una pareja. Con 3 hijos, postulamos a muchas escuelas y conozco la lucha de postular. Con tantas opciones de escuelas en una gran ciudad como Houston o Austin, tener ayuda para navegar esas opciones y encontrar el mejor lugar para su hijo es simplemente invaluable.
Okay. ¿Qué te ha impresionado más del equipo de Families Empowered?
Sí, en Families Empowered, todavía no ha habido una persona que no me ha dejado boca abierta. Hay tantas personas increíbles con una pasión para ayudar a todos y obtener toda la información que necesitan para hacer la selección de la escuela ideal para su familia. Estoy emocionada de ser parte de esta increíble organización.
Wow, pues muchísimas gracias por todo lo que haces para Families Empowered. Es un placer hablar contigo.
Justo.
Sí, pues para todos que ya vienen a la feria, bienvenidos a la feria escolar para Austin. Recuerde desplazarse hacia abajo para chat con las escuelas 1 a 1. Puedes chatear con ellos hasta la 1 hoy. Este video estará disponible después de la feria. Así que no te preocupes por perderle ninguna de nuestras entrevistas hoy. And yes, I'll switch back to English real quick and just thank you all so much for being here today. The fair will be going until 1 p.m. And again, just don't forget to scroll down and click on the name of the schools you see on the list there. They are waiting there to chat with you one-on-one. And our amazing family success specialists are also waiting to provide support for you. So they can actually help you one-on-one with any application that you might be interested in using. And yes, we would love to throw it over to Colleen to just wrap us up.
Yeah. So, Anne, I just want to ask you a question for any parents who are listening, who are going to scroll down. How many schools do we have participating today? And do we also have some community groups who are participating? It'd be great to just hear about that just super quickly.
Sure. Yes, we have 30 schools are participating. So there are representatives from a wide variety, as you said, Colleen, private, charter, public schools. And we are going to be visited today. One of our conversations will be with an amazing group called Todos Juntos. So they're a community organization that we are very excited. We'll be talking with you during this live stream later on today. And we will be here off and on with all kinds of great speakers, and including a physician who's going to be visiting and talking a little bit about COVID-19 and challenges there. So a wide range of interviews today on this live stream. It is being recorded. So yes, don't forget to just stop by all the schools that you're interested in, and reach out to us. There's a chat box too if you need help there.
Great. Well, I have to say, after this, and we're still in COVID. Let's remember, it's still happening. We should all be wearing our masks. Even after we get vaccinated, we should wear our masks and wash our hands and social distance. But this year has just been really incredibly difficult for so many people, for so many reasons, right? And for families where schools shut down, and principals and teachers and lots of people have been scrambling. And again, I have to just say I'm incredibly proud of our team at Families Empowered, because we work not only with schools to support so many great schools, but also because we've worked with a lot of incredible community organizations. And so I'm excited to hear we have a physician, a pediatrician from Texas Children's Hospital, who is going to talk about, what is happening with COVID and kids. And I know parents are really concerned and worried and thinking about that for next year. So, and we work with the United Way, who I also think is someone you can visit at this fair. So really impressive, again, that our team, which is very small but mighty, but as Annette said, very passionate about schools. We have unbelievable 30 campuses, and we'll have community partners who are doing really good work to help us think about rebuilding and moving into the future. So we really want to see kids re-enrolled in school. We want to see our schools full. This is critically important for kids, for parents. We need to make sure our kids are getting what they need, and that next fall we see enrollment numbers restored, and we hope to be helpful to parents as they think through, the challenges and concerns and worries they have. So this is really exciting, and I hope that the program team and everyone on your team and goes out and maybe has a cup of coffee, or we do something really nice to thank them. But to every parent who visits, thank you. Please feel free to call us, email us. We're here for you, and we are going to continue to provide free service to families in Texas and Central Texas. So it's really an honor to kick this off, Annette, with you. Thank you for your support and for all you do for us. Great. So we are.
Have a great day.
Yes. Well,
we have a raffle, by the way.
Yeah.
So we're raffling off some really cool prizes that are Central Texas related, and so I know that Ayla is doing that.
Yeah.
So great.
We're gonna close off this portion of our live stream and introduce Ayla Deganpour, an amazing member of the Families Empowered team, who is going to raffle off the first of our prizes. So thank you again, Annette, for being here. Gracias a todos para estar aquí. And now let's turn it over to
Adios.
Ayla. Adios.
Hello, everyone. Hola todos. We are going to do our first raffle of the day. So for everyone who has registered, you have a ticket that represents you in this bucket, and we're going to draw live for the prize. Our first set of prizes this morning are 2 5-punch cards for Crux Climbing Center in Austin. So thank you so much, Crux, for donating this prize for all of our awesome parents parents who are watching. And you do not need to be watching this stream live in order to win. If we pull your number, you will get an email from us contacting you so that we can make sure we get your prize to the right location. So if you're watching right now, definitely remember to scroll down, talk to schools. The schools are here live waiting to chat with you. So before we go ahead and pull, I am going to double check, make sure no one has signed up since I started talking, to make sure that everyone who's registered is included. And it looks like we did get 3 more registrations since I hopped on here. So we are going to add tickets for you 3 right now, which is very exciting. And there they are. Okay. Our winner for 2 5-punch cards for Crux Climbing Center is, and let me pull up their name, Anna Maria Torres. So Anna Maria, we will contact you. Congratulations. And with that said and done, I am going to hand it back on over to my colleagues, Colleen Dipple, and we've got an amazing physician from Texas Children's Hospital, Baylor College of Medicine, Dr. Swami, who is going to chat about all things that I'm sure you're all waiting to hear. So thank you so much. And again, congratulations, Anna Maria, and I will see you all soon for another raffle drawing.
Great. Good morning. Hello, Dr. Swami. We're so happy that you're here with us. Thank you. Thank you. I know you have been, first of all, I also want to say thank you for being on the front lines during this health crisis. You know, our healthcare workers and all the folks, the support staff who are at hospitals every single day and doctors' offices. That's even, you know, the front desk people, the custodians, the folks who are working in your cafeterias. I mean, you all have shown up and really taken risks, and it's just been incredible. And we owe every one of you a massive thank you. And the incredible science and research that is going on now is really going to allow us to hopefully at some point in the next 12 months get back to normal, right? To get back to some kind of normal. So thank you first. I just want to start with that.
No, thank you. Thank you, Colleen. This is, we really appreciate your words. And I know that it's definitely have been tough times, not just for healthcare workers, but for the population. Everybody has been affected in some way or another. So hopefully, and like you said, you know, we're really lucky that we live in an age where the science has just progressed so much. And, you know, for me, at least one thing one thing is a miracle, and the miracle is this vaccine. And we'll talk about it a little bit later. And it's just really amazing how that science has been used. So I'm really excited to be here today to talk with you this morning.
So we are proud to, you know, have been able to partner up and support, and we are going to be supporting Texas Children's and our other community healthcare providers to get information out into families and the families we serve, right? So some, you know, families who are, you know, may not speak English at home, families who are new to this country, and really it's important that we have accurate information about vaccines, because as we know, you know, in our work, school enrollments are down and parents are very scared, right? They're hearing lots of mixed messages and have been for a while about this. And what they don't want is for their children to get sick, and they don't want their children to die, and they don't want for their family members to be sick. And certainly no one wants to infect a teacher or a school. And so, you know, there are parents who have been very reluctant. We know pre-K numbers and kindergarten numbers are really way down. And so the challenge is, it's really important to go to school for a lot of reasons, right? So for academic reasons, for mental health reasons, lots of kids are getting food and other support services at school in their physical buildings. So, you know, we've been hearing from parents since March. We've been surveying parents. We serve parents, thousands of them across the state. And we've been listening to them. And I think, first of all, we were like, if we're going to do this, we have to have a pediatrician here who can answer some of the questions we're hearing. So I'm going to I'm going to dive right in and just start with a very high level. So what is this coronavirus, COVID-19? What is it? And then, how contagious is this? And I know that seems crazy to ask in January because everybody's listening. But and in particular, how is this affecting kids, right? So how many, what does COVID-19 do to kids?
Yeah, this is a great question. So COVID-19 is actually the disease. So that's the disease, the symptoms that you get. And the virus that causes it is actually called SARS-CoV-2. So that's kind of that virus that causes the infection. And I'm just going to take it back just one more step back, which is to describe what are viruses, because often that's a common question too. So I like to think about it as that just viruses are just codes with a code. And they don't usually have the tools that are needed to make baby viruses. And what they do is that they infect people and infect their hosts and take over their system so they can make more viruses. And that's different than us, like humans, because we have reproductive systems that you learn about in health class to be able to have babies. And our viruses, like this virus, does not have that. So that's why they have to hijack our system in order to produce baby viruses. And so that's kind of what this virus is in general. And the health impacts on children. So I like to think about it in two ways. For me, the first one is, of course, the actual getting infected with COVID-19, which, of course, many of the symptoms in children, depending on the ages, it can be, fever, cough, diarrhea, loss of smell and taste, especially in our older children's. Some of our younger children may have really mild symptoms. So it really just kind of depends. So that's kind of one form of it. The other form of it that I'm really concerned about and worry about, and I think I'm glad that you're having this session, is really the mental health impacts of being, physically distanced, of being unable to have in-person school, of not being able to socialize with family, with friends, with school, etc. So I really worry about that mental health piece as well. And so I think it's almost like you have two problems with this virus. One is, of course, the actual disease of COVID-19. And then you have this whole other mental health impacts as well.
So when we think about the pediatric world, and as a parent myself, I have a 10-year-old and I have a 15-year-old, right? And so in a way, they're almost two different kids. And my 10-year-old's about to go into that other world, but you have, one is in elementary school and so my 10-year-old's in elementary school, and then I have a high schooler, right? And so do you all view, so some of the questions, what's interesting is the little kids are staying home. Lots of people are really fearful and keeping their little kids home. And what we're seeing is high school kids are going back, right? So, and then college kids are going back, and those are young adults, but some of them are considered pediatric, right? So they're 17, 18, 19-year-olds. The American Pediatric Association is recommending that kids return to school if safe. So should parents be thinking about this, based on age? What does that mean if it's safe for a parent, right?
Yeah, that's actually a really great question. And I think I have a slide that I sent to Zuline, which, if she doesn't mind posting it on here. I think one thing to think about is really, and this is kind of, I shared this one, this is actually information from the CDC. And it goes over the different types of school models that you can attend, and I have it kind of color coded in terms of risk, with, of course, virtual school being the lowest risk for COVID-19 infection, and in-person and some of the characteristics being higher risk or highest risk. I think it's really important first to, as parents, have the power to ask the schools about some of these questions and ask them what they are doing. So, for example, there are models like the hybrid learning model, in which you have small classes and everyone just stays within that one class. There's no mixing. It's just that one group of students stays together the whole day. They don't share objects. and they really try to keep the school, they keep themselves socially distant. And they have consistent scheduling of cleaning of frequently touched areas. So I think one thing I would suggest to parents is to kind of learn about some of the different models that are available, and also to really look and ask questions out of the schools of, how often are you cleaning in between students? What type of cleaning are you doing? And how are you doing with the masking? And I think that that's really an important piece too. That's one piece of it. The other piece is also to take a look and think about it in terms of, and I'm glad you mentioned it earlier, Colleen, we still need to continue, despite this vaccine, the masking, the hand washing, all of these things are really, really important in preventing infection. So it's also really important to take a look and see, is the school going to follow through with that masking? Are they making sure that everyone is constantly being masked and wearing the mask throughout the day? And then also to think about it, different children of different age groups are going to respond differently. So is your child going to be willing to wear that mask all day? And, to really think about it from that perspective too. So I think it's really, of course, I'm not going to suggest, it's not a one size fits all. Of course, everyone has a different situation, but I do think it's really important to kind of be able to feel that you have the power to ask the schools what they are doing. And there's a couple of the different models that are around. So
that's actually that's a great. I'm gonna say one. That's why it's great having you here today. I'm partnering up with you and some of your colleagues. I know some of your other colleagues. I've done some other kind of stuff around this with them, and they've been really generous with their time, especially early on. But this is a great framework, because for any parent who's watching today or watching afterwards, because this will be up live, we've encouraged parents in the past at Families Empowered to ask questions about things like, curriculum and assessments and after school time and transportation. We talked about that in our last segment. But I think in the era of COVID, parents are wanting to ask questions and not really sure what to ask, right? Are you masking? Are you hand washing? And so this is a really great framework. And so for families who are visiting our virtual school fair today at atxschoolfair.org, ask these questions. We've got school folks who are sitting there, they're going to be there from 9 to 1 today, and they're, just like if we had a school fair with booths in the past, we would be in a room and there'd be tables and, you'd have to interact. These are important questions. And so we appreciate this framework. I want to pivot a little bit to, people are thinking about next fall. And I was actually just on a press conference with one of your colleagues, Dr. Bracchini, who is just a lovely physician and an infectious disease person. She's great. And we talked about, we just stressed that, our way out of this is through vaccines. It's through the vaccination. This is how we get our kids back in school. This is how people get back to work. But this is how we keep our kids safe by every adult who is able getting this vaccine. It's how we're going to keep our teachers safe. It's how we're going to keep our grandparents safe, our ancillary staff, our bus drivers, the people who make school possible for us. So we know there's some vaccine hesitancy in Texas and also in certain populations. And there are some people, we see them, God bless them, lining up for this vaccine. And then there are other people who are saying, I'm going to wait and see. So I'd love to spend the rest of our time, we've got about 15 more minutes. I'd love for you to talk a little bit about, is this vaccine safe? And then I have some follow-up questions about our kids, sort of clearing up the kid piece. Again, what is a kid? What kids are eligible? Are they not? But first and foremost, is this vaccine safe?
Yeah, this is a great question. And I think And I like to think of, and I think for a lot of people, and I'm going to say myself included at first, I was a little bit, I'm going to be fair, I'm going to be transparent here. I was a little bit nervous too at first to get this vaccine. However, I did read up on it and I spent a lot of time in learning what went into this process. So when this vaccine was authorized for use, they had studied this vaccine, at least the Pfizer vaccine, in about 20,000 to 30,000 people. So they'd already studied it in a large number of people. And what they found was that the side effects were very, very low. A lot of it is just muscle aches right after the vaccine, and like headaches and kind of tiredness after the vaccine. And what they found is that in people who got the vaccine, that they had a 95% efficacy rate, or where they did not get severe infection. So for me, that was itself a big, okay, I want to get this, because I think that, having a little bit of muscle ache and having a little bit of this, that risk of it is a lot lower for me than getting COVID-19 and really having that disease. So I really think it's important to weigh the risks and balances, just like with the schools and deciding whether to go to in-person school or not. It's important to weigh the risk and benefit. And for me, the benefit outweighs the risk. And that was kind of what informed my decision. And I actually got both of my shots and I did fine, which I'm really happy to say. But I do understand. And a couple of the other concerns that I've heard from families is that, it was so quick. How did this vaccine get released so quickly? Mm-hmm. And so they had still, despite it going quickly, one thing that they did is a lot of these, at these groups, they actually moved all of their funding and all of their work just into vaccines. So this is all that they were working on. They stopped all the other projects that they were working on just to focus on this. So one, they focused all their energy on making this vaccine work. Number two is that this technology, which we'll talk about in just a second, how this vaccine works, was also created. And it's really easy to kind of to use this technology and make a couple of edits and kind of continue to make vaccine out of it. So they were able to quickly also modify it because of the science that was done in the past and all of the efforts that were done in the past. That's why they were able to do it so quickly, is because of kind of how our science has progressed. So the majority of families at Families Empowered that we tend to serve are sort of many newcomers to the United States, lots of folks of color, and equity for us is a big issue, and there are, we do have a history in the U.S. of not appropriately studying the impacts of medicine and other things on folks of color. And then we have also, we don't really have the best past in terms of how we have worked and I think there's a lot of mistrust in some. I'm just going to be really transparent with some communities of color and the medical establishment. The Tuskegee experiments and others leave, some communities saying, okay, has this appropriately been tested? Were the trials diverse? Were the people diverse who participated? Can you talk a little bit about that? Because, if you're only testing on, white middle-income men, that's a really concerning, question for lots of folks. So the beauty of these vaccines is that they tested people of all backgrounds and across multiple countries. So it's not just the United States. They also tested across different countries. And so they were able to get a diverse group of people to look at and see whether this vaccine works or not. And I think that that's really one of the cool things that they were able to do, is work with, multiple partners, work across different countries to get, a population that is diverse, so they can look at it in deeper ways. I think that I think a lot of this, and I'm glad that you're having this conversation today, a lot of this kind of the concerns that we have, it's important for us to talk about it and have these discussions freely. So I would continue to have these discussions. I would recommend talking to your pediatrician and other members of the community about this, because it is such a big issue. But this vaccine, to me, one of the biggest things is the people who are really affected by it, of course, are our communities of color. And I think if we can get this vaccine to them, this is really, really to our community. It's really important. And so I do suggest continuing to talk about it, and I'll continue to talk about it, and also listening out and hearing out about information, and not being afraid to ask these questions. I'm glad you asked this question today.
So I heard from Methodist Hospital yesterday. There was some data. There was a town hall with some physicians, and the data was really stark that the folks most likely to end up seriously ill, hospitalized, or even die are actually Latino and African American folks. So this is disproportionate. It's affecting everyone. I actually had COVID. I was sick with it. Luckily I had a, quote unquote mild case, but I will tell you, I wouldn't want anybody to get it. And I'm a runner, and it took 6 weeks for me to actually be able to get back. But when you look at who's really ending up hospitalized and dying, and the morbidity rates, it's disproportionately affecting communities of color. And so when the vaccine, it's so important for folks who are, most at risk to feel like they have good information about this vaccine. So talking to the families and the parents out there. So I'm going to push a little on, there's a lot of confusion. Is this vaccine for kids? What is a kid, right? So we're hearing 12, we're hearing 16. If I have a kid going to college next year, so can you as a pediatrician just help a parent understand, is this going to be available if I think I want my child to have this before going back to school? Talk us through the herd immunity and then how we protect our kids.
All right, so this is a great question. So first things first is one thing is that so the way in which, they study these vaccines, and how they study it is they first look at the healthiest population and study it there, and then they slowly branch it out and do it. So right now, the Pfizer vaccine has been authorized to be given to people 16 years and older. So that's just how it's written. So there's two, actually, let me go back and let me describe the vaccines first, and then we'll get into this. So there's two vaccines. One is the Pfizer BioNTech vaccine, and then there's Moderna. So there's two vaccines that are licensed in the United States so far. And the Pfizer vaccine is for people who are 16 years and older, and the Moderna vaccine is for those that are 18 and older. So it's based on age, and this is kind of where they've studied. Right now, they're actually looking at the Pfizer vaccine from 12 years and up. So they're actually right now in the study phase. It's not been approved yet or authorized yet. It's just they're studying that right now. So that's kind of one piece of it. So kind of going back to how this vaccine works, it's really cool. This is a really cool innovation. So most of our vaccines, whether it be the tetanus vaccine you get, or whether it be the varicella vaccine you get, most of our vaccines are either dead bacteria or viruses or weakened live viruses. And this vaccine is none of those, which is really, really quite cool. So I like to take a step back, and let's think of our immune system as kind of an army. And in order to protect us, we all have ID badges on our cells. So that lets our immune army know that they're safe. Like, oh, okay, this is a nose cell. It's safe. Okay, this is a cheek cell. It's safe. So this lets our immune police know, hey, they're okay to be here. The SARS-CoV-2 virus, the COVID virus, also has a certain ID badge. And what we want is our immune army to recognize that badge and fight it the minute it enters our body. So we want our immune police to be like, oh, this is not good. Let's go fight it. So that's really what we want. So how this vaccine works is this vaccine is just a message. It's just a code. And what this does is it gives our cells the code to create the ID badge or spike protein for this virus. This code does not go into our core, our DNA doesn't go anywhere. It's just a messenger for our body to create the ID badge. And then what happens is our immune army sees this badge and creates antibodies to fight this off. So if the virus comes, then the goal, then our then the virus comes, and our body's already seen this badge and already has the antibodies to fight it off. It's really, really cool. This is not, again, we're not injecting dead stuff in us or live stuff in us. It's a message that goes to create these ID badges to help fight COVID-19. And then going back to kind of the question is, as we get more people that have these antibodies, what happens is, as we get more people to get this vaccine and get more people protected against this virus, what happens is the virus has less people it can go to that it can bounce around, because it can't infect them because they're not infectable. So if we get more people vaccinated, that's how we prevent these diseases. And this kind of an example of that is measles. Measles is a very, very highly infectious disease, and you need to have pretty high rates of vaccination in order to prevent it. And that's why I think last year, a couple of years ago, we've had a couple of outbreaks. I think there was one in Disneyland. And so if you get everybody else protected against this, what it does is you get like high rates of it. The virus can't go to anybody it can infect. So then it kind of just dies out. So that's really kind of the goal and why we want to protect our communities. So I hope
yes, so what I heard was 16 and over. They've done some research. So I also heard we don't test on children first. Right. So we just don't. We protect our youngest people, and we don't test on children first. So we tested on healthy. We make sure it's a diverse set of healthy adults. Right. And it makes sense. Adults are driving, they're around, they're going to work. We can actually shelter our youngest kids. Right. So 16 and older for the Pfizer vaccine, and potentially, and they're looking at 12 and older. So if you have children who are under 16, really, you probably aren't going to be eligible for this in the next year. And that said, one of the things we have here that, where you can sign up, but we also are prioritizing people based on their vulnerability, right? And there's a lot of news about this and a lot of confusion, but we're prioritizing our elderly folks and people who have high risk categories, right? So these are people the most likely to end up seriously ill or sadly passing away, right? And so, but what we really want is every available person, even healthy people who are low risk category, to get vaccinated eventually, and work with your physician, your community health, group, whether that's a legacy group or but your pediatricians can give you information. And then we put something here on it's not a chat, but on the banner for folks in Central Texas. But keep trying. And there are priority groups, right? Is that a fair way to put that? Yeah.
Yes. And so because this vaccine is so new, and there's not that much of this vaccine out yet, that's why we can't give it. I wish we could give it out to everybody right away. But because we can't give it out to everybody right away, we want to make sure, like Colleen said, we want to target the people who are going to get the highest risk or going to be more likely to spread it. So really the healthcare workers and providers and essential workers, people who are, the firefighters, us, as me as a doctor, my medical assistants who are working in the field with me, custodial staff in the hospital, we're in that high risk population because we could see COVID-19. Then the other population that they're trying that this goal is trying to look at are people who are likely to really get severe disease. So those above 65 is one population, and then those above 16 who have health conditions such as obesity or heart issues or immune system issues, defense issues. So we want those people to also be able to get the vaccine, and so really that's kind of right now. And hopefully as we get more vaccine, as this vaccine starts slowly rolling out more, we can get more and more people added and get more and more people vaccinated.
So I think we have just a few more seconds, and I want to ask a couple just quick questions. And I'm not hearing from Zulian that we have someone waiting. So we'll use just a few more minutes and maybe run a little bit over. But the other thing is, sadly, we are in still just this horrible spike right now, right? So we had a spike in the summer, and our infection rates are very high right now. And that means that we have, I mean, I know personally lots of people who've had this, like I said, I actually had it, and my husband had it. Our kids thankfully did not, but we all had to be quarantined. It was not a fun experience. So for someone like me who's had it, right? And this is the other thing we want to reinforce. Lots of our parents have maybe been exposed, and as these infection rates go up, for people who have had it, are we eligible for the vaccine, and should we get vaccinated? So I'm hearing from some families, well, I had it, I don't need to get vaccinated, I have antibodies. So can you give some guidance as to what for parents who have been infected and who have recovered? We also know you might not be fully recovered, and we don't know a lot about this disease yet. It's still pretty novel. But if you've recovered, should you also, when your number comes up and you're told by your physician, hey, we have vaccine for you, should we take the vaccine if we've been infected?
Yeah, absolutely. We still do recommend the vaccine in people who have had COVID-19, and the reason being is we want to make sure that immune system, that your body recognizes, hey, that make sure that those antibodies are there and that it's there to fight it off. So we do still recommend that in people who've had COVID-19 to get it. Although those that had COVID-19 are a little bit lower on the list, because we want to make sure those who have had no exposure get beforehand, but we still want to make sure that we've got everybody covered. And so that's really one reason why we're still making sure that we get that vaccine out to everybody. So, but those who've had COVID-19 are a little bit lower on the list, but we want to make sure that they get it as well. So
better to be safe than sorry.
Yes.
And be patient. Let's let our essential workers, our grandparents, our bus drivers, God bless, like our grocery store workers, people who are helping us, and our teachers, and all of our school staff get their vaccine. But when we are eligible, we ought to take it. And so that's what I'm hearing. And this is safe. So first of all, I want to just thank Dr. Swami, who is with us today. So I'm going to ask you sent that awesome sort of decision matrix. That's a really crazy word. I don't know if I just use that, but I really appreciate your sharing, the slide that helps parents think about the questions they want to ask and the choices they have to make, because we all, Families Empowered, we help parents find schools that are a right fit, and that's public, private, public charter. And this year we've had a lot of parents who've wanted to homeschool, but they certainly have had to choose. And everyone seems to, and thankfully, the Texas Education Agency and all of our districts have provided different options. And so different families are making different decisions, even within families, right? So there are, families who are medically fragile, who may have a parent who is, has a mom who has breast cancer, who's like, I want to keep my kids home and because I'm not vaccinated, and having a hybrid option is great for that. And so, I think that, we've adapted, but these adaptations are not going to go away next year. So for families today who are talking to schools, the message that I heard was feel empowered, ask questions, ask about, what kind of options are available, what they're doing to keep kids safe. And then again, I think it's reasonable to assume we're all going to be wearing masks in school next year. We're going to continue to have to be socially distanced, and we're going to need to wash our hands until we can get all the available adults vaccinated. Any parting thoughts? So thank you for going over. Do you have any sort of last thing we didn't get to that you might want our families to hear as a physician?
I think for me, the biggest thing again is this vaccine, and all of these things are great. But like you said, Colleen, the biggest thing is it's so important. I know it's hard, and I know it's challenging. It's hard. It's hard to be apart from our families or from our close friends, etc. But it's so important to continue to be physically distant and continue to wear that mask and continue hand washing. It's so important for us to do these steps to really prevent this infection. And even if you're vaccinated, I've gotten the vaccine, I still continue to be socially distant. Physically distant, not socially distant, physically distant. And I continue to wash my hands because I want to make sure I am not spreading this disease and I'm not impacting my community. So please, 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 if I can say one thing, continue to wear that mask. And it's really important for us, for our children and our community. So.
Well, thank you so much. Again, thanks for all you've done and all you continue to do. I might make one last plug. I'm thinking about your colleague, Dr. Raphael, and at the beginning. The other thing is, as you think about families, as you think about sending your kids back to school next year, if you do that, which my kids have been back in school and they wear masks all day, every day, and they're really obedient. They're more compliant, I think, than a lot of adults. But remember, also keep up with your regular vaccines. It's safe to go to your pediatrician's office. But really, the measles, mumps, rubella, polio, look, we don't want the whooping cough in our schools on top of, this pandemic, right? So, keep up with those vaccines. And as you consider sending your kids to pre-K and kinder, please make sure let's protect our teachers and each other by making sure that you're seeing your pediatrician. So pediatricians' offices are safe to go to.
Absolutely. Come see us and we will make sure you're protected against these other things. And we can also provide we can also talk about other health issues. And, we want to see you. We'd love to see our children. So please come visit us.
Thank you so much. We're going to have you come back. And it's been just an honor to have you with us today. Thank you so, so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me. Bye.
Hello, Erin.
Hey, good morning, Zulian.
Good morning. How are we doing?
Doing well. Yeah, doing well. Got a lot of good information for Dr. Swami.
Yes, I am so excited. We wanted to thank Dr. Swami so much for her time, and thank you, Colleen, for talking with her and getting all the information that we need to make sure we're all informed and staying up to date with vaccines, COVID-19, everything going on. Just so everybody knows, she was from the Texas Children's Museum, and so we're really excited to have on a really qualified individual to talk about it. For parents that are viewing this right now, if you haven't yet, make sure to scroll down on your page. We have lots of different schools waiting to talk with you all. So make sure you go ahead and get to talk with them one-on-one to make sure you know what kind of school choices you have and who might be the best fit for you. In case you missed a little bit of the chat, whether it was with Dr. Swami or you wanted to hear some of the intro with our board member, Annette, this video is going to be saved on this page. So whenever you want to come back, if you want to come back tomorrow or next week, this video will be saved so that you can go back and watch it and visit us at atxschoolfair.org. All right. I am excited, Erin. Thank you for coming on, everybody. This is Erin McFarland. I'm sorry, I can't read according.
You got it.
According to my notes here, she is our development coordinator at Families Empowered. And we are actually talking about SSES today. Erin, do you mind telling us a little bit about what is SSES, what is going on, who qualifies, all that good stuff?
Yes. Well, a couple things. Let me tell you about myself and just why I have an interest in this and why Families Empowered is also very qualified to help people with this. SSES is basically a grant program from the state of Texas to kids, well, through their parents, to families who have kids that receive special ed services and who are a little further up the what I'll call the disability spectrum and need to recoup or kind of bolster what they lost during the pandemic. And it just launched earlier in January. So Families Empowered is actually offering help to families to apply for this grant program, just similar to the way that we help families looking for schools.
Awesome. Thank you. And so I'm glad you gave us a little bit of intro about your background. Can you tell me a little bit more about what your journey has been with your kiddos during the pandemic?
Yeah, sure. So I have 3 children. They're all teenagers. And as far as school, they're all teenagers, they're all boys. And as far as school, they are 8th grade, 10th grade, and 12th grade. One goes to a private school in Houston, and 2 go to public R-zoned schools in Houston. And one of those, the one at public high school, actually receives special ed services there. So we've been in that loop for a while. Gosh, we've probably gone through about 8 or 9 ARD meetings over the last decade. So this is something that obviously is offered for people who are doing special ed services for their kids in public school. You do have to have been in public school both last year when the pandemic hit and this year currently. Anyhow, my kids, as far as the pandemic, I think teenagers are probably really well suited for pandemic living.
How so? Tell me, does everybody just kind of stay in their own little cave?
Yeah, well, and that's the risk too, right? Because like Dr. Swami said, I think the second element of this pandemic is the mental health effects. And yes, we have definitely had to pull a few out of their cave and make sure they're living in the real world every once in a while. But we were fortunate. Our schools, we have 3 different schools for the 3 kids. They each had a choice that was given to them or given to us by the schools about when they could go back in person. And even though each one of them really loves to be on their screens, at different times, they each came to the realization that really being in person with their teachers was the most effective way for them to learn and also where they were happiest. So they are all back in person and have been since October.
Okay. Well, are they getting a little bit back? Are they better than at the beginning of the pandemic when everything kind of shut down? Are they kind of getting a little bit more acquainted back with school, getting a little bit more in the routine?
Yeah, I think kids are resilient, luckily, way more resilient than adults. Honestly, the biggest challenge for us was just the logistics of learning online because they're so used to the routine of being in a classroom where the teacher can walk over to them, especially my kid with special needs. There's almost no engagement with the teacher on a screen. You don't get the same. And then kids don't like to be pesky and annoying, and so they don't ask questions. And if they're on a screen, they're really not asking questions. So I think the big fallout for us was just kind of the logistics of learning. I'm sure there was some learning loss for each of my kids, although I don't know exactly what it is yet. And I know that is something that we have studied with through Families Empowered. So that's going to be interesting to see what our gaps are. I still don't know what they are. Fingers crossed they're not very big, but I'm sure there is some.
Yeah. Well, let's get into the topic. So we have the Supplemental Special Education Services, which everybody kind of abbreviates as SSES because it's a mouthful. Tell me a little bit more specifics. What exactly does it offer and to who exactly it offers? I know we kind of gave a little introduction at the beginning, but let's get into the nitty gritty.
Okay, well, it's like I said, state-funded program. I guess that's why you get the acronym with the long name. But it is funded through the state of Texas. It is a program that essentially is offering a grant. So free money, but not cash, And it's done through a couple of processes. One is you do an application. And then the other one is that you set up an account that if you're granted the dollars, and the dollar amount is $1,500 per kid, and that you're not limited. If you have more than one kid in your family that qualifies, you can get $3,000 or $4,500, depending on how many children you have. So the second part is then the disbursement of funds, and that happens through an account. They use a system called FACTS, F-A-C-T-S, which is well known in the school world, and it's just like an online way for them to be able to pay the providers. And what they're paying for is services, things that these special ed kids lost or went without during pandemic when things were shutting down, or when schools were trying to offer things the only way that they could, which was virtually. Special ed services are not conducive to virtual learning. They're not. Unfortunately, it really needs to be in person. And I know that a lot of school districts actually prioritize those kids when they came back, or prioritize their coming back in person. But it could be for anything from tutoring, so making up for learning loss, therapy services, occupational therapy, speech therapy, or assistive technologies. Like if your child maybe is nonverbal, needs an iPad, or maybe doesn't have dexterity to type on the laptop that other middle schooler or high schoolers are using for their virtual learning, you can use these dollars to buy assistive technology as well.
That's really great. So individuals and students that have, is it just any IEP or any, I'm forgetting all
what kind of special ed?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, what kind of special ed student gets this? Yeah, that's a good question. There's a broad range of kids who receive services in the public school, which most parents kind of have an idea that their kids get some services, and maybe they're not sure exactly what. Couple things I would say. One is go to whoever your special ed rep is at your school and ask, say, what exactly do we have? And is it an IEP, which is an individualized education plan? IEPs are plans for kids that have they're a little further up the disability spectrum, and they go through a annual, I referred to it before, ARD meeting. ARD is another acronym just for a planning meeting for the year for the child. And if you do those, then you would most likely qualify. But we can help you with the application at Families Empowered, which is good news. And it really doesn't hurt to apply, meaning if you get turned down for some reason, whether it's your qualifications or some other reason, that would be unfortunate. But if you don't apply at all, that's really unfortunate, because this is the first time this grant has been done. There's going to be a lot of shifting and moving and evaluating, and you want to have your name in the hat. So I would recommend that if people have a child with an IEP, with that individualized plan, that they get their application in and go ahead and try to get those grant dollars.
Yeah, and if you are currently in that process, right, if you click on the link listed right here, sscs.tea.texas.gov, and you're like, oh my goodness, I don't know how to do this. If you actually scroll down on the web page that you are seeing this on, scroll down to the big button that says Get Free Application Help. They can actually help you there. Or you can always go ahead and give us a call or send us an email, and we'd be happy to connect with you and help you in that application process for the SSES, in addition to, of course, school applications. So Erin, as parents are filling this application out, they qualify and everything, it kind of sorts out for them. Do they need any documentation beforehand, like on hand as they're filling this out? Are there any certain materials that they might need as they're applying?
Yes. So I would recommend before you apply, it's not a terribly long application. I went through it and just did it kind of in a mock fashion. You will need your child's either Social Security number or their special ed TEA number, and that is also something that your special ed rep at your school can provide to you if your child doesn't have a Social Security number. And then you'll need your own either Social Security number or my understanding is you can use an ITIN number. And then if you file taxes in 2019, you will need a copy of your taxes.
Okay, great. So copy of your taxes. There's a lot of acronyms that are hard to keep track of.
And your numbers, your identification numbers.
Thank you. Great. And is this only offered to certain people in certain economic levels? Is it offered for everybody across Texas? Who is it?
It is offered to everyone across Texas who qualifies. So your income level is not a determinant about whether or not you will get it. Now, TEA has said, because it's the first time they've ever done it, they don't have a sample from previous grant programs. If they reach a certain level where they've got too many applications, they will prioritize based on income.
Okay.
But again, I would say there is absolutely no risk in applying. If you qualify, this is something that you should be getting, because your child, certainly as part of being out of school, being away from their providers, being away from their therapists, this is something that you need and that you can use. It is not to reimburse you for dollars that you already spent, though. So I want to get that cleared up. It is so that you can go and pursue additional therapies, tutoring, and assistive technologies from here going forward. And you have until the end of 2021 to spend them.
Okay. And I am going to put in the chat, see if you qualify. We did a little survey on our website, so you can see if perhaps you might qualify or you might not. So I'm going to go ahead and post that right now. But Erin, as I do that, can you tell me a little bit about if this is applicable to all people in Texas, regardless of immigration status, or is that not true?
Well, again, I would say if you can apply, I wouldn't worry about whether or not your immigration status is whether or not you're a citizen or you just have the ITIN number. I would go ahead and apply, especially if your kid is already established in special ed. This is who it's meant for. So there will be some dollars going out. I'm not going to be reviewing the applications, but I think it makes sense for people to apply.
All right. And going through my questions here, is there anything that we are forgetting? Anything that you could think of as you were going through the application that might be helpful for any other parent or anything at all?
Yeah, I think one thing to think through also is maybe how you would use it, because the TEA already has certain vendors signed up, and the vendors need to be signed up through TEA in order to get dollars from the grant. So the parent doesn't pay the therapist directly with these dollars. TEA is going to use your fax account and pay that vendor. So I would be thinking of maybe a little bit about how you're going to use it, and then having a discussion with whoever your therapist is that you normally use, that you want to be on this grant program, or maybe you want to start with something new because that's what your kid needs because of their learning and their developmental loss since the pandemic. I would be talking to them just to get that process speeded up. There is a way that they can become an approved vendor through the program.
Okay. And I wanted to ask the last question. So how, and this is a little personal, so tell me if you don't feel too comfortable, but how would receiving this money help you and your family? What kind of resources would this give your boys and helping with adjusting to going to school during the pandemic?
Well, we do not use outside therapy. So I would not use it in that for the outside therapies or assistive technology, because that doesn't really apply to us. But I think it would be most helpful for us in just because of the difficulty that my son had with getting used to being online with content and then with teachers, and just kind of the anxiety that happened at the end of last year. I would say some kind of assessment and then tutoring on academics.
Yeah.
That would probably be the most helpful, because I think what will happen is that as we get a little further through high school, we'll see either, in preparing for a STAR test or some other area, we're going to start to see the gaps, right? And I haven't seen them yet. I'm not hearing about them yet, but I think that's also because we just haven't come up for air yet.
Yes, I know.
So yeah, I mean, there's going to be a long recovery process. And so I would use this sort of on the academic side to kind of fill in where the gaps are.
Great. Well, thank you so much, Erin. I
You're
really
welcome.
enjoyed talking with you today. Audience, if you are listening in and you missed any part of this conversation, this is being recorded, so you can always come back tomorrow to atxschoolfair.org to listen to the whole talk, okay? Next up, we have Shay Mackin, who is going to be talking about full-time online school, okay? So stay tuned.
Thanks, Leon.
Hello, Shay.
Hi, Julian. Thank you for having me.
Yes, thank you, thank you. So, how is your morning going?
It is great. I'm in the middle of running a 9-hour training for
Oh my
for Boy
goodness.
Scouts today, but I stepped out and I'm making somebody else talk. So
Oh,
probably
too
not the hats, but that's always fun.
funny. Well, you sent me over the presentation, so I am going to.
And I just put it on the bottom. I think you can add it to the stream. Do you see
Yes.
it down on the bottom?
Yes, perfect. I will go ahead and do that. All right, everybody, this is Shay, and we are so excited to be having her on. So enjoy.
So I am Shay Mackin. I am going to talk to everybody about full-time online school. So full-time online school actually has been happening across the country for more than 20 years. In our state, it's been happening for about a decade and a half ish, not quite 20 years in our state of Texas. And what full-time online school looked like before the pandemic, and even now, if you're enrolled in a full-time online school, is not pandemic schooling, which all of your districts and even like your brick and mortar charter schools were kind of thrown into. And so I wanted to introduce you to what some of those options are. I know we only have like 30 minutes and there's a ton of schools, so I'm just going to kind of highlight what those schools are and give you the resources on where then you can find out more information about those full-time online schools. Because maybe once your kid was home, all of a sudden, maybe they were a C student for whatever reason, and all of a sudden they are doing really well and thriving in online. And what we found for over the last 20 years is that's usually less than like 1%. But that 1%, if that is your child and your heart and your baby, that is super important for your kiddo. So it's public school in a different package, right? 100%. This is free. And these schools are the schools I'm talking about are 100% online. They're not where you're sometimes in person and sometimes online. This is 100% online. These are tuition free because these are public schools. So these are schools paid for by your taxes and other grants. So you do not have to pay something. This is not a private school. They have the same standards and sometimes even higher standards, depending on the school, that your traditional school has, right? And most of them follow the traditional school year. So start, end of August or September and go through May. Most of these are not year-round schools. Some of them kind of have a slightly altered year-round program. They all have to be Texas certified teachers. So, and a lot of them have a requirement of having to teach in a classroom in Texas for 3 years. So these are certified and qualified teachers now teaching online. And yes, your students would be getting a high school diploma if they finish out, right? Their minimum, their 12th year. I've had 3 out of my 4 boys utilize full-time online, 2 of which did graduate out of online. The other 2, one is still at home, and the other one graduated out of another program. And these, during non-COVID times, do have social opportunities. There's field trips, there's clubs, all sorts of things all across the state. Most of, if not all of these schools are statewide. And so even though like the school is based in Houston, I live near Austin, and so we had field trips and things, and we met our Austin area, Central Texas teachers on a regular basis for field trips and clubs and things like that. This, again, is high quality education. They have to follow the same TEKS approved by TEA. So it's the same things that are happening in the classroom that they're teaching if, and I'm not sure what grade is what, because I'm not a teacher, but if you're learning Texas history in 3rd grade, you're in the brick and mortar school down the street, you would be learning Texas history in 3rd grade online. Now, most of these schools at this point do have a prior public requirement. And I will let you know which ones have that requirement when I go through. That means you have to have gone to a Texas brick and mortar public school. It could be charter or a neighborhood school last school year. So if you're looking for next fall to move to an online school, they have to be enrolled in a public school this year. You cannot be homeschooling for the prior school year. You have to be enrolled in a public school. And there's a few little tweaks that you can do for that. And at the end, I'm going to share my contact information. So if you are just moving here or going to be moving here, you have a girlfriend moving here, like this summer, and they want to go online, reach out to me and I can help them figure out how to circumvent that process. So again, this is public school. It's kind of like a marriage of public school and traditional school at home. This is not homeschooling. So we are not talking about homeschool curriculum. They are sitting at their kitchen table doing public school with public school teachers. All right, so our first school is TIVA, or Texas Virtual at Hallsville. So Hallsville ISD has this charter to be able to do online school. And this is this school, what it became now, TIVA. It used to be called something else, is the school my kiddos used back in the day. I've been doing this. I started like 11 years ago when we only had 300 students in the state. Now we have almost 20,000 in the state utilizing full-time online at this point. And this is only 3 through 12. So at this time, as of today, TIVA can only offer for grades 3 through 12. And that is their website, tvah.k12.com. And they do have some info sessions. So if you go to their tiva.k12.com, then you can look and find out about their info sessions and find out more about that particular school. University Prep, they have a smaller class size. Every class is a little bit smaller than TIVA has. And they only have grades 5 through 12 as of this year. And that is through Grapevine and Colleyville ISD and their iuniversityprep.org. I could not find any info on info sessions. They probably because they're not opening up for next year's enrollment at this point. But there are course demos, so you can look at what a course or what a class looks like under the academics icon for University Prep. So I hope you guys are kind of taking note, and I can always go in on the chat and put all of these URLs if anybody wants that. All right, so Texas Connections. This is one of our larger ones, and you may have heard or seen some advertisements on the radio or the TV for Connections Academy. They've been around a long time, one of the first schools in our state, and they are grades 3 through 12. They're out of Houston ISD, but again, you don't have to live in Houston ISD. They have students all over the state that attend their school. And so at the end of May for this school year. And some of these schools are currently taking applicants and transfers from your brick and mortar or charter or neighborhood school to be able to come over to full-time online if that's what's working for your kiddo. Texas Online Preparatory School, or TOPS. They're an amazing school. They're out of, Huntsville ISD. And again, they are grades 3 through 12. And this is another K-12 school. You may have heard some K-12 advertisements again on the radio or the internet or things like that. If you've been looking for schools, they have been around a long time. Both Connections and K-12 have been around for over 20 years. So these providers of education come into the States and align their curriculum with the TEKS for Texas, et cetera. And they do have some info sessions. And the cool thing about TOPS is they are rated the 32nd best charter high school in Texas, which is pretty amazing because we have a lot of charter schools in our state. And their ratio for students is 27-1, which is lower for an online class. And they score very, very high. There is a few things that you have to do to get into that school. You may have to have like your STAR test results from prior years. I know that there was no STAR test results this last year since we didn't have it in our state. Or they may have a test for you to be able to get in, because this is a very rigorous, if you're looking for something very rigorous, TOPS is a very high quality, rigorous school as a college preparatory school. And eSchool Prep, they're again another 5 through 12. So they have a shortened school group, and they're out of Texarkana ISD. They have not been around as long, but they are blown out of the park and doing really great for their students. They do have webinars, so they are txbs.org and then /eschool-prep or /prep. The other one was a slash. So again, I'm just kind of putting out there all these schools, and I'm going to give you where you can find all this information. So iSchool Virtual Academy of Texas, they are through Responsive Education Solutions Charter. Responsive Education has some brick and mortar charters throughout our state, and they opened a few years ago an online component and one-off school, so an individual school, iSchool Virtual Academy of Texas, and they are also 3 through 12 through Responsive Ed, and they're easy URL ischoolvirtual.com. So Lone Star Academy, they just opened this year. They are one of the K-12 schools. Now notice the difference. They are K, so they are kindergarten through 5th. We are the only state where for years it's been 3 through 12. And as of this year, TA allowed some new online schools to open starting in kindergarten during the pandemic and hopefully going forward. And they are currently taking registrants for this year and then next school year as well. They are everybody who has started the school, their head of school, their principal, all their teachers came from teaching online. And so they're very qualified, know how to do this thing called online education. It does not look like Zoom. It's very interactive. My kids were watching videos and playing games and in clubs and had asynchronous and synchronous, or, they would get shipped boxes of things, and we'll talk about that. So Destinations Career Academy, that is another K-12 that just opened this recently, and they are 9 through 12, being a high school only, and they have a focus of business, marketing and finance, health science, and information technology. And the cool thing about this school is they graduate from high school with their high school diploma, plus they have an opportunity to have industry certification in those areas. So they have a jump start to either go get a job or a jump start above and beyond their friends that are entering college within those areas like IT and health services. And so pretty amazing that we have that in our state for online. This is the only one that really does that. with the industry certifications. This has been happening all over the country. K-12's been doing this, and they have now the opportunity to bring it to Texas. And so they have events, and so go check them out for sure if you've got a high school student. The International Leadership of Texas, so they have campuses like brick and mortar campuses that are very high quality, A-rated, amazing, amazing charter schools. But if you don't live in Dallas or Houston, you don't have an opportunity to go to an International Leadership of Texas school. Now you do, because they just opened this year a virtual school. And it is, the stuff they are doing is phenomenal out of that school. And again, this is K through 12 for the IL Texas, and they are trilingual. So you go away, the kids are learning Japanese or Chinese and Spanish, I believe, are the other two languages along with English. And so very cool program, along with a huge leadership, servant leader component. So if you are looking for a really cool language online school, and you wished you could live somewhere where you could go to IL Texas, now you can. Across, it doesn't matter if you live in Little Smithville, Texas, or down in Del Rio, you can attend an IL Texas school and have some amazing curriculum and amazing teachers. And then Great Hearts Online. So Great Heart campuses are in Dallas and San Antonio. So us Austinites don't have the opportunity to attend a Great Hearts brick and mortar school because they are not within Austin. And I'd always heard great things about Great Hearts. I live in the Austin area and don't have that opportunity. I'm not going to drive down to San Antonio and take my kids every single day. But now my kids and kids across the state in grades 2 through 7 have the opportunity to go to Great Hearts Online. They are a classical liberal arts education model. So they are very, they have poetry day where the kids are memorizing poems, and it's a lot of literature. So if you're not familiar with a classical liberal arts education model, go ahead and Google what that is, or go to their Facebook page, and it kind of explains what their school looks like. It's a different type of model for a brick and mortar charter, and this is the only liberal arts model for online. So if that's what you're looking for, Great Hearts is amazing. I've been working with their school right before they were coming up and starting, and they're hitting it out of the ballpark as an A-rated brick and mortar charter school now with their online school. And again, just because I have a brick and mortar school does not mean this is 100% virtual option for people across the state. So you're not going back and forth between the school and here. You don't have to drive to San Antonio at some point. All right, so classes have hands-on components, guys. You get sent boxes of stuff before the semester or the beginning of the school year. You're not just sitting in front of the computer. My kids really, especially if they're in the younger grades, did not have very much time on the computer. They were doing the asynchronous or the off the computer components with PE stuff. They had balls and jump ropes. They had to do PE requirements. They had art that they had to learn about an artist and then, paint in that way or with chalks or all sorts of things. So, I mean, I loved the art box. My kids love the art box. And then math, tons of manipulatives. You will get the textbook for math as well as worksheets for them to do. And then the manipulatives for them to help count or do fractions, those kinds of things. But then there is the online component. And what I love about online is every single day as a parent, I knew where my kids were at because they would do both the online with the teacher or online part that was self-guided or with the parent if they're younger, and then the offline part. And then they have a test every single day in every single subject. And some of them are like 5 questions. But right away, like I was out at work one day, and my then high school student, or I think he was in junior high, they were covering Pythagorean theorem. He had gone to class live with the teacher, done the class work, just did not understand the content. And he knew that right away that he didn't understand it when that day's assessment, he saw his score right away. And his teacher saw the score, and I saw the score. And then we were able to go back instead of waiting in like 6 weeks or until the end of the unit, right away that day or the next day to be able to tackle that. So you get tons of books, all those literature books, depending on the grade, right, that they're reading along with their class. So it's not like you're having to read everything on the computer. And history books and geography, anything that you can ask, anything that they would have in a classroom is sent. Even chemicals for my high school students, when they were taking chemistry, they were sent chemicals and would do the chemistry stuff in my kitchen along with everybody else in their class with their teacher. So that was pretty amazing stuff. So what does a day look like for a full-time online student? They're getting up and they're doing the work. You know, they can do their work from their kitchen table. They can do their work from the trampoline. You can bring your laptop with you wherever you're at. But it is definitely not what you're seeing from most districts and most charters. Now, some of them are doing an amazing job, but it is even not, most of them are not using Zoom. They're using different portals that are proven and a lot more interactive, and even to the point where the teachers can tell if you're engaged in the content live or not. Oh, and is that, so this is a video. We will see if it plays. Here is an example of the day of Great Hearts School.
Start their school day. In homeroom, Mrs. Vasquez greets Maya and helps the class get organized for the day. After reciting the Pledge of Allegiance, everyone heads to the first period. In English, Maya's excited to participate in a discussion of Anna Free Evening. Yesterday, she read a chapter and watched a video of questions to help organize the thought. Maya's teacher helped the class explore the story's setting, including the time period, culture, and geography. Next is math, and the class reviews some proportional relationship problems from the previous day. Mrs. Chen watches them work while giving individual feedback using Zoom chat. At the end of class, everyone answers a few questions, which helps Mrs. Chen tailor the next day's lesson to their understanding. In history, Maya participates in a lesson on Lincoln's House Divided speech. Mr. Baldwin annotates the text on screen while asking the students questions about virtue as well as facts. Maya loves this speech and feels inspired by the abolitionist courage. Maya plays a fun review game with her classmates in Latin class. Then in science class, there's an experiment. Together, Maya and her dad watch a short video about the role earthworms play in making healthy soil. Then they go to the kitchen and take out a small container for the refrigerator. Maya guides her father through the experiment and takes careful notes as he drips water on the worm. When the experiment's over, they take the worm outside and put it in the garden. At lunchtime, Maya and her mom sit on the back porch with peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. On the laptop, other families are on screen for a lunch bunch meeting, chatting and telling jokes. With all her live sessions done, Maya has a flexible afternoon. She stays outside for art class, spending an hour filling pages in her sketchbook. After that, she heads to the den to read Anna Green Gables. Finally, it's time for soccer practice, and Maya goes to play with her friends. Back at home, Maya sets the table for dinner. When the family's done, Maya finishes her ELA homework, and her mom comes to help with math. Together, they watch a short video. Then Maya attempts some new problems and submits a photo of her work. She had some trouble, but that's okay. Mrs. Chen will help her understand everything tomorrow. Her homework finished, Maya closes the computer and goes off with her mom to read together before bed. Tomorrow's another big day at Great Hearts Online.
Oh, hold on.
Maya and her brother Marco sit down.
There we go. Sorry, Zulian. Sorry about the volume at the beginning. I totally thought that it was turned up. Oh, and now I can't hear you, Zulian. You're muted.
Yep. Can you hear me now? Thank you so much. I loved that presentation. I'm gonna make it a little small so everybody could see our faces.
Yes.
But I loved it. Thank you. Thank you. We're actually really excited. We actually have Great Hearts Online on. So if any viewers are listening right now, if you scroll down on your webpage, Great Hearts Online should be listed. Super excited. Shay, thank you so much for giving us a little more light on what online schooling really is, and not what we have traditionally gotten to know during the pandemic of just turning everything virtually. It's actually a whole system that is still using, your hands and you're actually doing stuff that isn't necessarily always on the screen for those 8 hours or so that you're in school.
Absolutely. And so ideally, the pandemic ends and we can all be together again. But if this worked for you, and it worked for a couple of my kids, it hasn't worked for all of my kids because every student is different. But working with the National Coalition for Public School Options, I've met thousands of mamas and papas that online schooling 100% changed their students' life.
Wow.
Whether it was a health issue, a bullying issue in school, an understanding issue. If you're being bullied at school for whatever reason, not that the school is bad, but maybe the situation doesn't work. If you're trying to keep your head down and thinking about what's going to happen in the hallway or on the playground, you're maybe not tuning in 100% to the content that's being taught. And if you then are home in a more safe environment, those barriers are taken away. We've got students, that are battling cancer, and they're, across the board, so many reasons. And even though it's just, maybe less than 1% of the students who need it, if my child needs it this year, needs it.
Yeah. And do you have any wonderful story? I know you were giving an example, but do you have a story of how it's actually changed a child's life?
So I've got a friend just in the other room who, and this is a high school student, and we know in our country the rates of suicide are really way too high. And her boyfriend committed suicide.
Yeah.
And when she went back to school the next week, she had groups of girls coming to her and saying she should go join him. That brave girl told her mom what was happening. And mom knew she could not go back and be in that situation.
Yeah.
And so she came to me and said, what are my options? And that is what the National Coalition for Public School is here for, and Families Empowered is here for, is to help you find an option that works. Right. And so she found an option that worked. It worked for her for 1 year. She was able to get some counseling and be in a better place where she could stand on her own 2 feet, and it wasn't a scary place for her anymore. That's just one of many kids on the spectrum that were super distracted within the classroom, that now can just have those distractions gone. There's hundreds and thousands, honestly, over the last almost decade. I've been working with the parents and finding out their stories and why it worked for them. Even with people moving, right? Within the state, if you move from Austin to Dallas for work, you can stay at the same school because they're statewide schools, and you don't have to make a whole set of new friends. When my oldest graduated from high school, in the school he attended, you didn't see the faces of the other kids. That was just how the program worked at the time. And when he went to high school graduation, he was surprised at how many Muslims he attended school with. And when I talked with the parents. I said, so why did you pick online school? And they said, no one judges my kid for the way they dress or what they look like. It's just the content of their character and their heart and their work.
Yeah.
And so there's varied reasons as to why you may want to utilize online school.
Oh, thank you. That was so touching and a sad reality that happens to a lot of students and parents that go through having to find a better option that helps them. So I wanted to say thank you for the work that you do. And thank you also for shedding some light on different options as well.
Of course. Thank you for having me. There's lots of myths around what online schooling is, so that's why we're here.
Well, up next, guys, if you are watching and joined the conversation a little late, this video will be saved and recorded on this website. You can always come back tomorrow and watch us. And so if you are interested in looking at school options, just scroll on down and make sure you talk with those schools one-on-one. They are here to connect with you so that you can figure out, is this a good fit for my kid? Is it maybe another school that might be better? Are there 10 schools that I want to apply to today? If that is the case, we also have a link where we have our family success specialists along with other families empowered employees helping you apply today if you need any help. So go ahead and visit the button that says get free help today, get free application help today. Shay, it was wonderful having you on. Thank you for everything.
Thank you, Zulian, and Families Empowered for, during a pandemic, still keeping up a school fair. So it's awesome. Thank you.
Thanks. Take care.
Hello, everyone. It's time for another raffle. Midday, we are working through the site. As a reminder, scroll down. Zulian just told you, Chat with Schools live today. If you missed us and you didn't have a chance to join us live, you can always come back to this website, atxschoolfair.org. You can find all of the schools. You can get their contact info. You can get their applications, and then you can always get free application help with Families Empowered. So without further ado, the fun part, our next prize. We have 2 gift cards for a free haircut at Bird's Barbershop. So thank you so much, Birds, for donating these for our families. And I did just update our ticket bucket. We have more than 300 people that have registered to join us today. So let's go ahead and choose someone. Okay. And let me pull up who is our winner for the 2 free haircuts at Bird's Barbershop. And our winner is, I'm definitely going to pronounce this wrong, and I apologize. So coming from someone whose name is Ayla Degenpour, I feel your pain. Our winner is Rakesh Fidel. So congratulations, Rakesh. You do not need to be with us live. In order to win, we will contact you directly. So thank you so much. And right after this raffle, you will be hearing from our founder and CEO, Colleen Dipple, and the president of National School Choice Week. We, of course, are kicking off National School Choice Week one day early. Technically, it starts tomorrow, but we are getting a jump start on everyone. Andrew Campanello will be joining us. So stay tuned, stay with us until 1 p.m., and of course, come back to atxschoolfair.org to check out all of the info after the fair.
Great. Hi there. Hi.
Hey, how are you? Good to see you.
Great to see you too. And I'm feeling horrible because I just realized, oh my gosh, I don't have my great scarf. I think it's a little warm right now. And I should have my mask because I love that you all also made masks this year. It was really great. So
Hopefully it's the only year we'll ever need the masks. I know, exactly.
Keep your fingers crossed, pray, all of
Exactly.
it, whatever it is. So first of all, I want to thank you, Andrew. I mean, you all have been a great partner to Families Empowered for, I think, about 10 years, about a decade now. And I've known you for that long. I mean, I think we're getting that old. But you have been supportive in like big ways and smalls and just small ways, and have really always been really thinking about how we reach families and we meet families where they are. And I know that National School Choice Week this year was really kind of clear, like the safety of our families is number one. And we all love getting together, and we love hosting fairs, and we love having rallies, and we love discussions and cocktail like all of these things. You have done everything. I mean, the coolest at school visits and dance parties. I mean, you guys have really done so much to support and lift up families and communities. But this year you took a real clear stake, put a stake in the ground and said, we're going to do these and they've got to be safe. And I just want to thank you for that, for thinking about the safety of our families and our kids and our teachers. While saying, but it's now more than ever. So I can't wait to talk with you about what you're hearing and seeing nationwide. But I tell everyone who first said, well, so what are you all doing? I'm like, we're busier than we've ever been. I mean, this pandemic shut schools down. No one expected it. And then every parent, I say this all the time, like this was the year that every parent in America had a choice and experienced many for the first time school choice. And the choice was to send your child back or not. And then it became, do I pod up? This school's opening, but this school's not. We know, thousands of families have been exercising school choice in America for a very long time. This was the first time every parent in America experienced school choice. So, I'd love for you to share a little bit about what National School Choice Week does. But I would say what you do, I think, is needed more now than ever. We know that we served almost more families this year than we've ever served and reached more people this year. So I'd love to just hear from you, tell us about National School Choice Week this week. How's it going to be different? And then I've got lots of things I want to talk to you about, but
awesome.
I'm going to turn it over to you.
Well, thank you so much, Colleen. And I just want to thank you and the whole team there at Families Empowered. And I want all of your team members who are watching to realize just how much of a difference they make in people's lives. And I have always looked up to Families Empowered as a model. And I have said to you, Colleen, and I really believe this, that I wish there were dozens more Families Empowereds out there in different states across the country, because by helping families one-on-one navigate their options and find learning environments that best meet the needs of their kids, you are changing people's lives truly, not just during their schooling years, but beyond. And so you are the inspiration for this organization, Families Empowered, and it's an amazing thing. So I want to congratulate you on that and all your team. And so School Choice Week, we have sort of a similar goal. Our goal is to raise awareness year-round, and particularly during this 1 week in January, among parents of all the options that they have for their children's education. And so we focus equally on traditional public schools and school district-run schools, public charter schools, public magnet schools, private schools, online public schools, and homeschooling. And our team spends the whole year developing, researching, and deploying resources to help families in their states, how they can go through the process of seeing what options they have, and now even searching for schools directly on our website with a brand new search tool. We also work with tens of thousands of schools and community organizations and statewide organizations to raise awareness more broadly of the benefits of having opportunity in education and what can happen when kids are matched up with schools that meet their talents and their interests and their needs. And it's also positive. And our goal is to, again, raise awareness, help families navigate the process, and bring some positivity when it comes to K-12 education into folks' lives?
Yeah. So lots to talk about. I mean, I think more than ever, parents are realizing options are important, right? And every family has a different set of circumstances, and every child is different. And so this year, more than ever, the need for options was just sort of front and center. And so I want to thank you, because luckily, because of the work you've done and other organizations have done in this space, we weren't starting with kind of nothing. Parents have places they can go. I want to talk a little bit about why this work is important to you, but I want, for people who are listening, remember, first of all, to learn more about National School Choice Week, we've got it at the banner. Go to visit nationalschoolchoiceweek.com. And if you're watching, scroll down. We have lots of great schools. I actually just popped in at a couple schools, and there are some phenomenal people working in those schools who are waiting to answer your questions, right? And ask them questions about, anything that's important to you, or what we've discussed with Dr. Padma Swamy about, how they're going to manage safety next year. But they're waiting to hear from you. So scroll down and talk to your school reps. So Andrew is so passionate about parents having options. I'm just going to do this. You didn't know I was going to do this. But he wrote a book about it, and I have his book. So I was like, I have to show this. And I read this book, and I don't have a lot of free time. And so Andrew, you are passionate about parents having options. So passionate that you wrote a book. Not an easy thing to do. So tell us a little bit about why is this important to you? And give us some insight.
So for a few reasons, and thanks for the unexpected and great plug for my book. So the School Choice Roadmap, available on Amazon. The reason I am passionate about this is because as a kid, I really got lucky. I went to a fantastic public school in my neighborhood from kindergarten through 12th grade. My mother is a public school teacher. Public education sort of runs in our blood. And I didn't really know as a kid that there were many options. I remember when I was in kindergarten, my mom taking me to see the local Catholic school, and we realized that wasn't going to be a great fit for us. And we went to the local public school. So I guess we did exercise choice. So I had a great schooling experience. I got to college. I started volunteering with students. I went to college in Washington, D.C., volunteering with some students in a civics education program. And these kids were really interested in learning about government and just how things work at the local level and how things can work at the federal level. But when I started asking them about their own schooling experiences, they told me things that just knocked me off my feet. They told me that they had never had teachers who'd stayed the full school year. They told me that sometimes their buildings didn't have electricity, that there were rodents and roaches and all these horrible things, and that they feared going to school because they thought they were going to get shot. And I recognized then, boy, did I have privilege to go to a school that worked for me and was in an area that was safe and secure. And I had teachers who were there all year long and everything like that. And it sort of opened my eyes to the inequities in education. And so sort of after college, and as I was looking for jobs, because, when you first get out of college, you switch jobs a lot. And I did that. I saw a job working for a teacher recruitment organization, and I decided, you know what, I know nothing about education policy at all, but I'm willing to learn. And I got the job, and I worked with school districts to recruit teachers. And I saw a lot of the politics that go on in education, and I find disappointing. There shouldn't be so much. Worked in that job for a few years, then worked at another organization that helped parents get scholarships. And when I was there, I met so many moms, dads, and grandparents whose kids had received scholarships, and it had absolutely changed their lives. And I realized then, and I'm sorry this answer is taking so long, but I realized then that a lot of times it's not about whether or not your child goes to a school that has a good rating, grade, or ranking, but it's more about whether or not it's a good fit for your child. And so many families told me then, we moved to an area for a school. We thought it was going to be great. It just wasn't a good fit. And we felt like there was something wrong with us. And yet when they switched schools and found something different, their children thrived. And so I realized that there's this whole human dimension, this whole personal dimension to school choice that totally gets overlooked. And so when School Choice Week was founded, and I had the opportunity to join the team, because this effort focuses equally on all the options out there. It doesn't say that one option is better than another, doesn't trash any one type of school. I said, sign me up. And I've been here for now 11 years.
Well, so I think that's about, so we've been working for 11 years. So we must have met that first year. And I think our missions were very aligned, because like you, Families Empowered, we work with district schools. We work with magnet schools. I think you introduced us to Magnet Schools of America, but we work with magnet schools. We work with public charter schools. We work with large charter networks and small, what I would call like one site, single site charters, just these really neat little community schools. But we also work with private schools, right? Like with religious schools, secular schools, schools that have scholarships, schools, we've worked with virtual schools. We just had a little segment on virtual schools, which has become a really significant option during the pandemic, and homeschools. And we have always worked with homeschools. I mean, wasn't until this year a big part of our work, but this year again, options have just been sort of front and center, and parents have been really struggling a lot with making decisions. Yesterday, I'm going to just tell just a quick story, and then I want to ask you what you're seeing kind of around the country. But yesterday, I talked to two different moms. And one mom who lives in Texas, and then another mom who actually doesn't live in Texas, but and both of these moms are struggling. And one is a mom who has her child. She just found out her son is autistic, and it's just been years of, to your point, just schools that it wasn't a right fit. She's made lots of different choices, and our organization has sort of helped her really think about this idea of right fit, and how to find the school and how to advocate for her child. And I was really proud that she is just so in this fight. And this is a parent who has been hit really hard by the pandemic, and by the shutdown. But she's still her kids are still front and center. And so she is, a child now on the autism spectrum she's really kind of like, okay, now that we know, we're really going to think about where the right fit is for him and keep the other kids here. And that's really the power of school choice. And then this other mom sort of said, look, I'm in a place where schools aren't open 5 days a week, and I would like for my daughter to be in school 5 days a week.
Right. And
is literally considering moving and using that as her criteria for where, and this is a person who never thought, she didn't think of herself as a school choice kind of parent. And she was like, oh, but now that this world is different, I'm realizing I did prioritize something. I prioritized having access to this school. So tell us, so that was, for me, it was really wild, because this is two different states, two different parents. The profile of these parents couldn't be any more different. And yet they had the same worry, the same concern. What are you seeing nationwide? Because you guys are a national organization.
So the same exact things. And what you described about that last mom, who you said never realized that she needed options until this year, when there was something that happened that nobody could have predicted, which is this awful virus. And it upended everything she knew about her child's school, and she wasn't necessarily happy with the reopening plan or the emergency remote learning. And she realized then, oh my gosh, I need something else. This isn't working. That is the feeling that so many families that you have worked with and I have worked with for years have said to us, that like, I need an option. I need a choice. And so now almost every parent in America can walk in the shoes of those parents who for years have felt this way. So what I hope comes out of this is a greater understanding and awareness that even if you are thrilled with your child's school, there might be other parents in your community who are not having the same experience. It's not the school's fault. It's not the kid's fault. It's not the teacher's fault. It's not the parent's fault. It's just that we're all different. We learn differently, and we need options so that we can match kids up with schools that are right for them. And so I hope that as we emerge, hopefully soon, from this pandemic, there'll be just a little bit more compassion around this topic of choice, choosing schools. Second thing is, from a data perspective, we are seeing a massive increase in interest for school choice and options. We did a pretty big sample size poll a few months back, asking people across the country, parents of school-age kids, if they had considered or are considering looking for different schooling options for their kids. 63% said they had or were. And I thought the numbers seemed so far off base. So we reran the poll with a differently worded question. We got the same or similar results. Website visitation to our website has more than doubled organically. People are really, really interested in this. And what this pandemic has done is made every parent in this country more involved, engaged, and informed about their kids' education and what their kids are learning. And I hope that stays.
Yeah, I mean, so what I want to just first of all remind everyone, scroll down. We've got 30 schools participating in the school fair, and they're just incredible people who are there to answer your questions live. So if we were in a physical space, you would go from table to table and talk with these folks. But you know, I've been talking to some of those schools, and I'm just so grateful for all the ones who are participating today, because we're just all taking a risk and they're committed to meeting parents. And again, we've got public schools, public charter, you know, traditional publics, public charter, and private schools. But you know, what's interesting is even the schools are saying, you know, it seems like parents are just being a little cautious, right? And I think what they're doing is they're really starting to think about this differently, right? They're really thinking, I'm going to make a really methodical decision about what I do next. And I'm not going to rush into anything, right? So the mindset that, well, I live here and I go to this school, I wonder, I think that that's completely been upended at this point.
Yes.
You know, and even within traditional, so I have a child in a traditional public school, very big public high school, and a child in a smaller private school. And I have neighbors who have, you know, kids in all kinds of schools. And, you know, we're seeing families where, you know, they'll have multiple kids and 2 kids are going back in person and 1 is virtual, because of maybe that child's, you know, personality type, or just they're saying, I really like being at home. I like pacing it. Or, you know, older kids who are working and going to school. And I think you're right. I like you're always an optimist. It's one of the things I love about working with you. But I hope that we really think there's some good has come out of this, right? Where we really enhanced our virtual options.
Yes.
We could create a whole new way of thinking about school, especially for some of our most vulnerable kids, right? Or medically fragile kids, or kids who move around a lot, right? And need consistency and community, or kids at risk of dropping out because they have to choose between working at a grocery store and going to high school. You know?
Right. And, you know, I also, I think, Colleen, that, you know, and you're right, I am an optimist, and try not to be naive, but the things that are good that I hope will come out of this difficult time are, number one, keeping parents engaged and involved. And I say that because for so many years, many families have felt that folks didn't always want parents involved. And when you deny parents, in too many cases, choices about where they send their kids to school, you're denying them the original choice and the original involvement. And so with more choices and options comes greater involvement because it's baked in from the start. I hope that continues. I think it will. Number two, parents are going to be more interested in what their kids are learning and how they're taught. And they'll be more tuned in to how their kids acquire knowledge and what environments work best for them. I think that's a good thing. Number three, more broadly, I think that this pandemic has really shined a spotlight on the inequity when it comes to things like technology. And the fact that kids across this country and families do not all have high-speed internet access. And if you're going to go to a situation where everybody's doing remote learning and you have 4 kids in a home, they all need devices. And we need to figure that out. So that, I think, hopefully will get fixed somehow. The fourth thing is, I think we're appreciating more what full-time online schools do. because for a long time within the school choice movement, they were derided in many groups as being sort of less than. Well, now that everybody's had to develop a emergency remote learning platform, they realize this is not easy. There are some really good best practices that they can learn from. Hopefully people will. And I also hope that we look at this as an opportunity to rethink how we use technology. If you hand a kid an iPad, they automatically, almost instinctively know how to use it. But they're not necessarily going to stare at a computer screen for 7 hours a day and learn. So we have to figure out how we do technological, high-tech learning in a way that keeps kids interested and engaged, because we know technology can be harnessed that way. And I hope that comes out of this too.
Okay, so tell us a little bit about what's going to happen this year in National School Choice Week. I always love, I'm a little competitive, but I love looking at what different people do in different states. And, so again, sometimes I think we used to think like bigger is better. But now I think, again, maybe we have an opportunity to have more high touch or different ways. And this stuff is going to live in perpetuity, right? So I was like, we talk about equity, you talk about access. I love too that your team was like, it should be mobile friendly. We should be able to, now this shouldn't just be somebody who has a Mac, or a MacBook or high-speed internet access. So we've worked really hard to make sure that this fair would be available via cell phone and other tablets. But what else is happening nationwide this week as we head into National School Choice Week?
So there's a lot of cool stuff going on, and some states are doing contests. We see a lot of poster contests, video contests, art contests, and photo contests that we're seeing online. And we're going to see a lot of the great creativity that comes out of that. And I'm excited about those. We have some folks who are doing drive-in movie screenings, which I think will be really neat. This is another thing with the pandemic. Drive-in theaters, I think, are coming back. We'll see how those go. We're also seeing other parent information sessions and lots of things on Zoom, lots and lots of Zoom things and things on Facebook and Twitter, Instagram, all those sort of live video platforms. At the national level, what we've done throughout the past year is really try to create even more practical resources for families. So when the whole idea of learning pods came about, for example, we're the ones who dug in and researched into every state law to figure out whether or not, if parents bonded together in a way and created a pod, they wouldn't be running afoul of state laws that govern the creation of a private school. You don't want to accidentally think you're having like a neighborhood gathering and realize that somebody might knock on your door and say, "Where's your license?" So we help parents navigate that, cutting deals with, or asking online class providers to provide discounts to families or free courses. That's something we did this year, and really expanding the library we have of state-by-state school choice roadmaps, which are designed to help parents in a jargon-free way. So that's stuff that'll live in perpetuity and is new for this year. Building out a new school finder tool, which is on our site now. But some other fun things, we are working to light up buildings in yellow and red across the country. We're even lighting up Niagara Falls, which is going to be insane. And some of the most iconic buildings across the country are turning their lights on in yellow and red to recognize School Choice Week. So it's going to be a very different year. No in-person events. We want no viral transmission of this terrible virus during School Choice Week, but we're hopeful we'll reach families in higher numbers than ever before.
Yeah, I don't know that I'm as optimistic as you. I'm always cautiously optimistic. And my team, I love it. They worked really closely, I know, with your team to make this happen. And I was like, we might be out of this by then. I'm one of those people who's like, 3 months from now we'll be, and they were kind of like, no. And I think that you all, again, thank you for being rational and sane and just saying, nope, we're not going to have super spreader events on our time. And that was, given where we are right now nationally, that was a very, very good decision. But I think you're right.
what I think has been really interesting is that right before the pandemic, there was a lot of discussion. People started talking about micro schools. And I remember at the time, and I'm always interested in innovation in schools. And I've been around, you and I have been around long enough to know that people poo-poo things, and then 5 years later, boy, there are a lot of people doing it, right? So
Yeah.
my schools, I thought, well, this is interesting. So is it homeschooling? What is it? And now it turns out it's potting. Like, so all these people
Right.
were potting, and I was like, well, isn't this micro school thing? So it'll be really interesting as we get people vaccinated to see kind of what sticks and what grows. My hope is that we do not return. The goal is not to return to what was.
Right. And not to go back. I mean, yes, we do want kids to be in person in school if their families want those options, but let's not go back to situation where if families didn't have choices, they were just out of luck. And let's not give up the innovation that was put together and led by parents. That's the other thing that's important to know. This whole potting thing was invented, created, and grew because of parent interest and demand. And I just love that. And I want that to continue. And if it's helping kids learn, then we need to do more of it and help more people discover it.
Yeah, I think that's right. And by the way, when I say we don't want to go back to normal, we want to go back to hugging. I'd like to there next year. I hope we can have a balloon arch. And
oh my God, next year I want to have School Choice Week be like it always has been plus. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, what I really miss, is like handing popcorn out to kids and having parents grab your hands and say, thank you, this was so great. And kids getting it, and your dancers. So that there was and community, like I think we want community. We want to hug, we want to see our friends, we want to worship again. But what we also don't want to do is throw the baby out with the bathwater in terms of choices and options for families, because as we said, this hasn't been all doom and gloom. It's rough. We certainly have lots of concerns around learning loss and lost kids and kids who are just not enrolled anywhere.
Right.
But I think we've had this really interesting gift of really having more options, more ability to innovate and to take risks because we had no choice, and some really cool, humane schools and opportunities for families, I think, will emerge out of this period. And again, I'm not naive. You're not naive. We've been around a long time. But I always find parents will fight like hell for their kids.
Yes.
And they will figure it out, right? They love their kids. And, so some good things have happened in the name of love this year. And it's a little bit corny. I sound kind of weird.
No, it makes sense.
We're coming to the end. I want to remind everyone, National School Choice Week is great. You ought to check their website out to find out if there are other events, because we are not the only event in Texas. And so check it out. Your school might be doing something. Your community might be doing something. So on their website, you can find all kinds of information. Andrew's book is very good. You should read it. For those of you who want to get
Colleen's in the book too.
Pardon?
Families Empowered, and you are in the book.
Well, sorry, I just ate. I've been doing this since 8:30. So
okay.
Sorry, that was really weird. I just ate.
No problem.
Well, thank you.
I will have a glass of water to join you. There you go.
Great. Cheers to that. So cheers to you. I bet you don't miss getting on planes. I think you're not usually home during this week. Used to have a whistle stop tour, and we're never home.
I miss seeing our folks and everybody who works with us. Everybody who works for School Choice Week works from home always. Yeah. And people are in different states, and we usually get together to see each other. We haven't seen each other in a year, and it's just so weird, but we're still lucky people. So I'm not complaining.
Yeah. And you're doing great work. So just from our team to your team, you have a phenomenal team. They're always flexible and creative and optimistic and, a joy to work with. So thank you for continuing to support our families. Thank you for continuing to support innovation. and options. And let's have a great school choice week. We're going to make it happen again this year. So
thank you very, very much. I really appreciate it. And thank you to you and to your whole team for such amazing work. I love you guys.
All right. Well, take care and, good luck this week.
Thank you very much. You too. Talk to you later.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hello, everyone. Thank you again for joining us. I am Ann Starr, Chief Program Officer at Families Empowered, and very excited to get to have a conversation with my colleague, Pam Cabello. Hello, Pam.
Hi, it's nice to be here.
How are you?
I'm good. We're getting there.
Good. Very grateful that we have this opportunity to talk a little bit about your work. And so that everybody knows, what we're going to be doing is kind of first half of an interview in English, and then we're going to switch to Spanish so that we can make sure that all of our Spanish-speaking families are able to get this information too. So let's go ahead and kick it off. So Pam, tell us a little bit about your position at Families Empowered and what you do.
So I have been at Families Empowered, and my title would be a Family Success Specialist. It's maybe a little complicated name, but it's basically an individual who assists parents in their search for school options.
Great. Yes, one of our famous family success specialists. Sometimes we refer to you as our call center team. But yes, one of the most important people that works at Families Empowered for sure. So what do you do day to day, Pam?
So our mornings always start at 9 a.m. and we make sure to turn on our phones for our call center, how you mentioned, so we can allow for incoming calls from any parents to come in. We have a call center that includes also Miss Allison and Leah, who are also family success specialists, and we're going to be available from phone Monday through Friday from 9 to 5, and we are all bilingual, so whoever calls will be glad to help you out, like you mentioned, in Spanish and English.
Awesome, thank you. So what types of events are you familiar with that we do here at Families Empowered? Talk a little bit about that.
Currently, right now, we have our school fairs.
Mm-hmm.
Even though it is online, we always have one. Previous years attendings in every city. From that, we are also trying to find ways to still reach out with schools so parents can have connections with them. So we do Facebook Lives of some schools. It's a great way for the parents to be able to learn about them and also get informed about how they're dealing with the changes due to COVID and how their interactions with and have some interactions with the schools. If they have any questions, they can always leave a comment. And in case the Facebook Live finishes, the schools always reach out back to the parents who had a question and it might have not been answered in that live event. And we also get back to the parents who might have other questions. So that's another way that we are able to interact with them.
Great.
From that, we also do application nights. Many parents are not aware of the process or they don't even know how to use a computer properly. So we also do some office hours where they can come in and anybody that's in the office will be glad to help them out, again, in Spanish and English. And at times we have community partners who allow us to go into their buildings. So that way we can go to different areas in Houston and that way they can have a closer space to be able to come in and also guide them through the process. If they have any questions, concerns, anything that they have doubts about, we're going to be there to help them out.
Great. Yes. And of course, we, as you mentioned, do lots of work in Houston and San Antonio, and then, of course, Austin, too. So, yes, as you know well, Pam, and as I'll share with everybody, we've been as creative as we possibly can be to serve families in the Austin community. So we hope that today's virtual school fair is turning out to be a great experience for all of them. So yeah, I'd love to hear a little bit more about the types of questions you get from parents. What do they ask about most often?
Most of the parents are not aware of the options that they have. So first off and for all, they want to know what are the options that they have there. They have only been exposed to their own schools and they are not informed that there actually can be able to apply to other schools in their area that are such as charters, even into private school sectors or their home school or online learning, how many parents have learned about that options for this upcoming previous years.
Mm-hmm.
But, They also want to know about, some parents have concerns about looking for a particular program. They're satisfied with the school that they're currently attending, but they wish maybe that they had an after school program for the child. So every parent has different questions, and we always try to help them out in targeting whichever interest that they are in. And so sometimes right now with the COVID, we are also having parents who want to find some resources about what's out there, food supplies or distributions, updates about their own school, because so many changes have been happening as of lately that sometimes they cannot even keep up themselves with so many emails being received. But we're always right here. They can give us a call and we'll be glad to update them of anything or inform them about resources that are available because of COVID and the impact.
Awesome. And yeah, just a reminder to everybody watching, our website is there on the screen, familiesempowered.org. And all of these extra resources, support, maybe it's people need help with, say, rental assistance right now, or they want the latest information on the vaccine situation and how they might sign up to get a vaccine, all kinds of different things that are concerns that our parents are raising with us. We then we'll work to post resources so that they're always available on our website, including for the new SSCS program that we talked about today earlier. So the Supplemental Special Education Services Program, we're trying our best to help families with that too, as you well know, Pam.
Yeah, we receive many calls and we're glad to help them out if they have any questions or just concerns, and being able to see if they're eligible. We're right here to answer all the questions they have.
Awesome. A question that I know we get a lot, and I'd love for you to address, is the question of whether we help with college applications.
Although we would love to help everybody out there, and I myself understand that the college process is a lengthy and very long process. We only focus on mainly pre-K 3 through 12th grade. We mainly focus just with my bad, I lost the word right there. But with public school, private charter, but it's mainly just the K through 12. In case a parent is interested in early education programs, we're right here to help you out. And we even accept, if your kid's 2 years old, add us into our system so that way we can notify you about schools that have opening spots for pre-K 3 or pre-K 4. But yeah, we only serve for kids K through 12 as of right now.
Okay, wonderful. And I do know, a little plug for us, partner organization that we work with a lot, Peloton U in the Austin area, is a great resource. If there's anybody out there that does want to explore their college options, we'd encourage you to check them out, Peloton U. But yes, as Pam said, our sweet spot is working on pre-K through 12th grade schools, and there's plenty of complicated applications in that world that we get to learn about and share with. So great. So how do you prepare for a conversation with a parent during application season?
So every parent's needs are different from one to other. So there's no one way to prepare for them. We are just here with ready to listen to them, their concerns, and from there on, we can be able to see how we can help them out. But we make sure to inform them about application deadlines. That is something that many parents are not aware about, on what's going on when the application process starts or when it finishes. And the proper way is to let them know application season mainly starts when schools are about to start. Some application starts from September, November, and they end all the way through the February of next year. So some parents might think during the summer I can be able to prepare my child and find another school, but with this conversation is letting them know, like, we have to start earlier ahead of time, because that way you can be able to see what options are available and seeing that there's still spots available.
I would love to ask a question that is not on our list, but I'm sure that you can answer it. Will you speak a little bit about the charter school application and how that's a little bit different? My kids, I'm proud to say, are students at NIOS Charter School, one of the schools that is featured today. So in case we haven't mentioned it yet in this segment, make sure that you scroll down below and click on any of the school names that you see listed there, and that will allow you to talk one-on-one with those schools. So NIOS is one of those schools there, but I know that they, like several charter schools, or perhaps all, have lotteries. So how does that lottery system work? What is that experience like for parents? What should they be ready to expect?
No worries. So that's a great question. That many parents are not aware that charter schools are public options, that they can actually
Mhm.
submit an application and go and attend if are able eligible to be able to go in. But the process is a little bit different compared to your own school. You're automatically accepted because that is where you live and that's the targeted school that you have to attend. But for charter schools, they're also going to be in your neighborhood and they have less restrictions on who can attend from other zip codes and so on. But you're going to have to submit an application to the school. And that's where we always want to let the parents know. They have an application deadline when they open and when they close. So every parent can go ahead and apply to the school and they after that they're going to be put in and wait until a little longer when the application deadline ends, and that's depending how many applications they have. So if they have more applications than seats available, that's when they're going to be doing a lottery. So that way that every student that apply has a fair chance to be able to at least to get a spot available. And from there on, depending how many applications they got, they do the lottery and then they notify everybody that was accepted in. And take into mind, if you haven't been accepted in the first round, it's fine. There's still time to be eligible to get in. Take into mind, some schools wait until the first or second week of school starting to be able to notify other parents, hey, you were waitlisted and you were numbered, let's say 10. But after a while, your spot was available. Would you still be interested in coming back? So
Mhm.
take into mind, even though it's charter school, it's going to be public and free for everybody to join in. It just depends if there's seats available. If we get the lucky chance of a school to have all the seats available for all the applications, then all the students are eligible to go in into the school and enroll. But yeah, that's the only difference. Don't get scared because of the process. Just know that Families Empowered is here to actually help you out, give you information about the process, the deadlines, and we can even help you out in submitting the application and doing it on your behalf if maybe you're not the best techie person in using your computer. And at times you can even use your phone to submit an applications. But take into mind, no matter what, we're always going to be here. You can even give us a call and we can do it through the phone. And it's a process that might sound difficult to you, but since we already have been knowing of the knowledge, it's like a quick 5-minute application process.
Wonderful. Yes. And always free, of course, too, as a reminder. And there's our phone number there, 512-580-4046 is that number you can call to connect with Pam or Allison or Leah and ask questions about really even just what your options are, to maybe ask their thoughts on what other school options might be out there that you might not know about. And if you're ready to apply and want a little assistance or someone to walk you through the application, as Pam said, they're there for you too. And also a note, if you are really enamored and love one of the schools that you have visited with today, there are links to all of their applications right next to their name. So just a reminder, you can always click there and check out the application, come back out, click on that big button to connect with one of our family success specialists to visit with them today, all the way up till 1 today. So I'd love to know if a parent has ever come back to share their story. So after their child has changed schools, to tell you how it went. Any stories like that you can share?
Yeah, so I have been with Families Empowered for over 3 years. So over that long time period, we have actually had many successful stories who have reached out back to us and informing us how they have been grateful. They have been able to find a school that's a great fit for them and their child. And they are happy and relieved to discover that they actually had multiple school options that they were not even aware of. At most times, they just were not informed of all the doors that are possible to be open, and that's why we are here. Also, my colleagues, Ms. Allison Squire and Leah Del Rio, has also been reached out by parents who have they been able to help out and just finding them from private, public, or other charter school options around their area, even if there was maybe a situation where the parent needed something closer to their ward, so it was on their way. So any circumstances, we're right here and we're trying to help you out. And taking to mind, of course, there's many different options available, and sometimes we are not properly informed, but we will be telling them to give us a second. We might be able to reach back out to you another day. but we always try to find the best information, everything that they're going to be needing. So in case we get stuck in a step that we know it's a lengthy step or something that we are not currently like informed correctly about, we will still be giving you a call back later when we're able to connect with the proper people to give you this information and how we can help you out with your situation.
Wonderful, thank you. So one more question in English before we switch to Spanish to have our conversation again. What's the most inspiring or fulfilling time that you interacted with a parent?
So the most fulfilling that I would say is providing the help to the family, being able to put them in a more suitable school for their family. We don't know their circumstances or anything, but being able to let them know that they have options. I myself was actually a magnet to it. We did school choice. So my mother was not satisfied with my son's school, and if I knew about Families Empowered, maybe this process would have been faster. But that's when a teacher actually informed me, hey, you have other options available. And we were able to successfully, by the guidance of this teacher, he guided us through all the school options. I myself was waitlisted and I was like number 100 something, and I lost hope actually. And then they were like, no, you actually have time. And before a week started, I actually got accepted. So I myself saw how my mother was relieved to be able to know that somebody guided me through the process, because without the help of them, maybe we couldn't have had the choice to attend this school that had better programs that suited for me. And I feel like the relief that my mother is getting is what we're also giving to other families who were not aware of all these options.
Right, exactly. Thank you. That's okay. Well, bienvenidos a todos. Estamos hablando con una de las empleadas de Families Empowered, Pam Cabello. Hola, Pam.
Hola.
¿Puede decirnos un poco sobre su trabajo at Families Empowered? ¿Qué haces día a día?
Por supuesto, mi título va a ser una Family Success Specialist. Aunque se escuche un poco raro, es una persona que ayuda a los papás a buscar opciones de escuelas.
Bien, y cuéntame sobre los tipos de eventos que Families Empowered pone para la comunidad.
Como al momento estamos ahorita teniendo una feria de escuela, aunque sea diferente, previamente sí teníamos ferias de escuelas en personas en las ciudades de Austin, San Antonio y Houston, pero al momento por los cambios de COVID estamos acá en línea. También algo más que agregamos este año va a ser los cambios de COVID, es que estamos haciendo Facebook Lives sobre unas escuelas que estén en todas las ciudades de vuelta de Houston, Austin y San Antonio. Y es una manera muy excelente que los papás aprendan sobre ellos sin tener que visitar. Solo pueden tener el teléfono y escucharlo y estar informados de los cambios que están haciendo las escuelas debido a COVID, o también de eventos que se están haciendo por los cambios que recientemente hay. Y tomen en cuenta que en esa misma Facebook Live ustedes pueden dejar los papás un comentario si tienen una duda sobre la pregunta, si están interesados en registrar, y la misma escuela los puede contestar de vuelta con toda la información o al número que necesitan comunicarse. Es un modo más rápido que sepan que pueden conectarse con ellos. Después de eso hacemos noche de solicitudes para escuelas, ya sea en nuestras oficinas o si en ocasiones tenemos unos compañeros de las comunidades que nos pueden entregar sus oficinas por unas noches, y así los papás pueden visitar ese lugar y ahí vamos a estar con gusto para ayudarles con sus aplicaciones, dudas o preguntas sobre escuelas y qué opciones tienen disponibles para ustedes.
Muy bien. ¿Qué tipo de preguntas recibes de parte de los padres?
Mucha la comunidad hispana a veces no está muy informado que sí tenemos opciones de escuelas de públicas, privadas y también charters, que también son públicas y abiertas para que los papás puedan entregar una aplicación y ver si pudieran entrar en esa escuela. Otras preguntas son a veces que un papá está interesado en una escuela que tenga transporte porque ellos tienen que trabajar y el niño no lo pueden entregar a la escuela, si tienen tutorías o programas de extracurriculares como unos deportes, de música, un programa en particular que el maestro esté buscando. Nosotros estamos con gusto acá para poder ayudarles y decirles de qué escuelas tienen cualquier necesidad de ustedes. También al momento con lo de COVID y el impacto, también nos están preguntando sobre recursos, distribución de alimentos o actualizaciones de las escuelas. Con todo esto, de vuelta del impacto de COVID, muchos papás están muy confundidos con el proceso, con los cambios de clases online, hybrid. So acá estamos para informarles y actualizarles de su propia escuela, que a veces hay muchas actualizaciones que ni han sido informados los papás. O si tienen dudas o preguntas, acá estamos.
Ujú. Y también están las escuelas mismas abajo. No olvides, todo el mundo que está viéndonos, desplazarte hacia abajo para hablar con las escuelas uno a uno. Puedes chatear con ellos hasta la 1 hoy. ¿Tienen los padres preguntas sobre las aplicaciones de charters específicamente?
Sí, muchos papás no están informados sobre las escuelas charters y el proceso para poder meter una aplicación. Igual como las escuelas de su zona que son públicas, las escuelas charters también son públicas. La única diferencia es el proceso para poder ser admitido. La escuela pública normalmente de su zona automáticamente puede entrar base que ya está su vivienda y tiene su residencia en esa área. Y las escuelas charters son un poco más flexibles en los niños que pueden aceptar. No tienen que estar viviendo cerca de la escuela, pueden estar ahora sí en otro código postal, pero con gusto puede entregar una aplicación para poder ver si puede ser atender la escuela. El proceso es un poquito más largo. Tomen en cuenta que las aplicaciones normalmente empiezan durante el mes de noviembre y ahí es donde tienen que entregar una aplicación y es gratis, no tienen que cobrar para la aplicación. Metes la información del niño y de ustedes y ya de ahí se tiene que esperar hasta que las aplicaciones cierren, que normalmente es durante marzo o febrero, y ya de ahí tienen que esperar que los notifique. El proceso para poder ser admitido a la escuela, si la escuela tiene más aplicaciones que asientos disponibles, bajo la ley acá en Texas necesitan hacer una lotería para que así todos los niños tengan un modo, como tengan un balance y puedan hacerlo correctamente, y ya de ahí escogen los niños y automáticamente los niños que no pudieron ser aceptados no les tiran sus aplicaciones o ya no los olvidan, sino que les ponen un número de lista de espera. Ya de ahí digamos que le ponen el número 10, entre usted hay 10 estudiantes hasta que pueda ser admitido. Muchas escuelas todavía aceptan aplicaciones hasta las primeras 2 semanas que empiecen las escuelas. Si estaba en lista de espera, no piense que ya no tiene oportunidad de poder regresar a tratar de entrar a la escuela. Solo deje que el tiempo pase y si hay unos niños que al final rechazan su invitación a esa escuela, es como usted puede seguir moviéndose un poco más cerca para poder atender la escuela. Pero las escuelas charter sí son públicas y pueden cualquiera aplicar. Y así el dado caso fue muy confuso este proceso, que también para nosotros a veces es. Nos puede dar una llamada a nosotros y con gusto los podemos guiar con dudas, preguntas, saber cuándo son las aplicaciones que se abren, se cierran, o también hacerle de su parte de ustedes la aplicación por teléfono, para que así usted solo necesita su correo y ya les notificamos tal fecha necesita checar. Acá estamos para ayudarlos y guiarlos para que todo este proceso que será un poco complicado sea más fácil para ustedes.
Muy bien. Y todos tienen nuestro número de teléfono ahí. Otra pregunta para ti. ¿Es verdad que Families Empowered ayuda con las solicitudes para la universidad?
Aunque quisiéramos ayudarle a todos los estudiantes, porque personalmente yo también sé el proceso de las universidades es muy complicado. Nosotros solo nos enfocamos de pre-K 3, de la edad de 3 años hasta el grado 12. Pero tomen en cuenta que si tienen niños más jóvenes de 1 año o de 2 años, todavía los invitamos que se unan con nosotros, que nos llamen y los tengamos en el sistema para que así en el futuro, cuando ellos ya van a empezar la escuela, les notifiquemos de nuevas escuelas que todavía tienen espacios disponibles o de escuelas que están alrededor de su área para que puedan entregar una aplicación para el siguiente año. Tomen en cuenta, si el niño ahorita al momento tiene 2 años, él ya tiene que haber entregado una aplicación porque el siguiente año escolar para este agosto es cuando puede empezar la escuela.
Muy bien. ¿Y cómo te preparas para conversaciones con los padres durante la temporada de solicitud?
Las necesidades de cada padre son diferentes a los de los demás. No hay una forma en particular de poder ayudarlos. Nosotros estamos acá listos para escuchar su historia, sus necesidades, y ya de ahí podemos guiarlos en qué particular ayuda necesita. Pero nuestra prioridad es informarles a los papás de las fechas de las aplicaciones. Tomen en cuenta, muchas aplicaciones de escuelas empiezan desde el semestre que se abren y a veces van por fases. Hay otras que abren durante el mes de noviembre y se cierran durante febrero. Muchos papás piensan que durante verano, antes que empiece la escuela, puedo buscar mis opciones y ya puedo estar lista, pero tienes que empezar un año más antes para poder asegurarte que encontraste una escuela que esté satisfecha o que tengas más de una opción por si el dado caso que tu primera opción no pudiste ser aceptada.
¿Ha regresado un padre después de que su hija ha cambiado de escuela para decirte cómo les ha ido?
Muchos papás nos han regresado las llamadas a mí o a la señora Allison y Leah, que también son de otras Family Success Specialists y también son bilingües las dos. Nos han regresado a la llamada a agradecernos que están felices de haber podido encontrar una escuela que se adapta a sus necesidades de sus niños y de ellos, y están felices y a veces hasta aliviados al descubrir que hay opciones escolares que no estaban informados. Solo que ahora sí la mayoría es que tienen que estar expuestos o informados de las opciones que tienen, base que a veces solo se quedan con la primera opción que está enfrente de ellos.
Muy bien. ¿Cuál es el momento más satisfactorio de tu trabajo?
Básicamente es en saber que proporcionamos ayuda a la familia y poder informarles de las escuelas más adecuadas para ellos y sus necesidades. Personalmente yo también fue opción de mi mamá que quería buscar otra escuela, base que no estaba satisfecha con mi escuela de mi zona, y tuvimos que ir por el mismo proceso de buscar otra escuela, pero no estábamos informados como una organización como Families Empowered que ayuda a familias, pero con la gran ayuda de un maestro me guió, me metí escogí 5 escuelas y ya de ahí yo también estuve en la lista de espera y fui un número como los 100. Y yo sí perdí esperanza, yo pensé no voy a tener opción y no voy a poder entrar a la escuela, pero me quedé, me dijeron quédate ahí esperando y vas a ver que se te va a abrir un puesto, y al final me aceptaron y ya pude entrar a esa escuela donde tenían programas en que yo estaba interesada. Como muchos papás no pierdan esperanza, sepan que sí hay opciones y que aunque estén en la lista de espera, todavía tienen una oportunidad para poder entrar a la escuela en que están interesados.
Muy bien, pues gracias para responder a tantas preguntas y por estar aquí y trabajar con nosotros, conmigo. Thank you, everybody, for being part of our virtual school fair. If you're just now joining us, we are so glad that you are visiting us here. I am Ann Starr, Chief Program Officer, visiting with Pam Cabello, one of our amazing family success specialists. Just a reminder that we will be here live until 1 p.m. So please scroll down, click on one of the names of the schools you see at the bottom of this website, and go visit them. That will connect you with a Zoom booth so you can visit with them one-on-one. And if you are so inspired and you love the school that you're visiting with, go ahead and click on apply, and their application links are all listed to the right of their schools. And if you need help or just have questions or want to talk to somebody about what your options are, you can connect with other of our family success specialists. I know we're keeping Pam busy online today, so don't know if you'll be one of the people responding today, but Allison and Leah are there. You can click that big button to get help with application assistance, and really call us anytime. So thank you so much, Pam. I would love to turn it over now to our next guest speakers. We are about to hear from another one of our colleagues, Patty Castillo, who will be interviewing a leader from Todos Juntos, so one of the amazing community organizations that we get to partner with all the time. And so we're excited to bring them on to talk in just a bit. So thank you again so much. And I am going to turn it over to Patty and Munica. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Anne. Estoy muy emocionada de estar hoy con Munica. aquí. Mi nombre es Patti Castillo, yo trabajo para Families Empowered como la Operations Manager. Tengo ahí un poquito más de 2 años y me encanta el trabajo que hacemos, todo lo que podemos ayudar a los padres y estoy muy emocionada de platicar hoy con Mónica. Dime, así es como se pronuncia tu nombre, no quiero matar tu nombre.
Hola, muy buenas tardes. Es un gusto estar con ustedes y platicar sobre nuestra organización. Y sí, así se dice mi nombre. Ajá.
Muy bien. Nosotros estamos muy emocionados de tenerte. Queremos escuchar de todo lo que hacen, cómo es que ustedes ayudan a los padres. Eso me encanta, me encanta, me encanta. Cuéntanos, por favor. Bueno, preséntate primero, por favor.
Muchísimas gracias de nuevo por esa oportunidad de compartir todo lo que hacemos con todos juntos. Me llamo Mónica Puligurti y soy la asistente administrativa y de comunicaciones de la organización Todos Juntos. Y he estado trabajando con Todos Juntos por casi 6 meses, llevo casi 6 meses allá y nosotros tenemos varias clases para adultos y para sus hijos. Entonces, nuestra idea es empoderar a 2 generaciones al mismo tiempo a aprender juntos y abrirles camino al éxito académico y económico también. Ayudamos a las poblaciones inmigrantes y también a los refugiados aquí en la ciudad de Austin y sus alrededores. Y tenemos clases de inglés para adultos de todos niveles, no importa cuál sea el nivel del estudiante, pueden inscribirse en nuestras clases. Y también nuestros estudiantes de inglés son también estudiantes de ACC, del Colegio Comunitario de Austin. Entonces, somos la única organización que colabora con ACC para ofrecer clases a nuestras familias, a nuestros estudiantes de inglés. Aparte de las clases de inglés, tenemos clases de educación de primera infancia para los niños de 18 meses a 4 años de edad. Entonces, allá les enseñamos todo de los números, las letras, todo lo fundamental que se requiere para que los niños entren a la escuela, al kinder y también que avancen en la escuela primaria. Entonces, los papás pueden inscribirse con los niños. Si están, por ejemplo, si solo quieren inscribirse en las clases de inglés, pueden hacerlo, o si están inscribiéndose con un niño y quieren tomar clases juntos, pueden hacerlo también. Y aparte de estas clases, ofrecemos clases de 3 horas, una vez a la semana, donde las mamás y los niños se juntan y hacen actividades juntos. Pasamos leyendo cuentos, cantamos, bailamos y nos divertimos mucho. Y aquí apenas nos mudamos en el verano del 2020 del año pasado y nos mudamos al sur de Austin, dentro de la iglesia luterana de San Juan, allá por el Ben White. Y allá tenemos 2 campos de juegos y tenemos un espacio fenomenal que esperamos poder compartir en persona con nuestros estudiantes y estrenarlo y todo. Entonces, después de las clases de las mamás y los niños juegan en los campos de juegos y eso es muy divertido para ellos, poder socializar. Hemos tenido clases en persona de estos donde se juntan las mamás y los niños, pero ahorita todo está virtual y esperamos...
Eso es lo que te quería preguntar. ¿Cómo les ha afectado la pandemia? Me estás diciendo que se mudaron a un nuevo lugar apenas ahora en el verano del año pasado. ¿Cómo les ha afectado de alguna manera el poder dar sus clases? ¿Cambiaron la manera de que las daban? ¿Cómo ha sido este proceso con esta pandemia?
La verdad es que con la comunidad latina en general y la comunidad inmigrante, o sea, ha enfrentado muchos obstáculos, por ejemplo, a obtener la información precisa sobre los recursos que están disponibles para ellos y también para nosotros poder dar clases virtuales porque antes de la pandemia teníamos clases en persona y ahora estamos todo virtual, todas las clases están virtuales. Las clases de inglés las están dando las maestras del ACC y las clases de los niños, aquí las maestras de todos juntos. Entonces, proveerlos con la tecnología necesaria, por ejemplo, las computadoras, recibir donaciones de computadoras y educarles a los papás cómo acceder a sus clases, ha sido como un cambio para nosotros. Entonces, y también, aparte del lado académico, estamos tratando de conectarles a nuestras familias con los recursos básicos que necesitan, que ocupan en este momento. Por ejemplo, asistencia financiera para pagar el alquiler o asistencia financiera para pagar los biles de la luz. Les estamos ayudando con eso también. Y también estamos conectándolos a las familias con recursos que ofrecen las otras organizaciones a través de las redes sociales y también por teléfono. Y ha sido un cambio para nosotros, para todos en general. Ajá.
Oye, qué padre, me da mucho gusto estar hablando con una organización que ayuda de esa manera a nuestra gente, a nuestros inmigrantes. El que no ha sido inmigrante no sabe lo que nosotros pasamos. Puedo hablar por mí en este caso. Son muy difíciles los comienzos y tal vez si en aquel entonces, cuando mi familia y yo inmigramos a este país, hubiera existido o tal vez existía y no nos dimos cuenta, a una organización como ustedes que nos hubieran podido ayudar o nos hubieran podido guiar, tal vez el camino hubiera sido un poquito menos duro, ¿no? Dime una cosa, ¿cómo los padres se pueden enlistar y participar en sus programas?
En cuanto a las clases de inglés, estamos trabajando con el Colegio Comunitario de Austin. Entonces, si los papás quieren inscribirse en las clases de inglés, pueden ir al sitio, a la página web del ACC, del Colegio Comunitario de Austin. Y en la sección de educación para adultos hay una aplicación que pueden llenar. Y si quieren tomar clases con las maestras de todos juntos, que trabajan también en la ACC, pueden elegir esa opción de poder tomar clases con nosotros. Y si quieren inscribirse, si los papás quieren inscribirse con sus niños, pueden llamarnos. Le puedo dar nuestro número de teléfono. Va a ser el 512-788-7255. Y también nos pueden mandar mensaje por Facebook. También tenemos un grupo de Facebook donde estamos respondiendo a los mensajes de los papás que quieren inscribirse con los niños o si nomás quieren información general de las clases, les estamos ayudando también. Y tenemos inscripciones 2 veces al año. Normalmente tenemos inscripciones en otoño y como en agosto, septiembre, y también tenemos inscripciones en diciembre más o menos para el semestre de primavera. Entonces tenemos inscripciones 2 veces al año y les estamos ayudando a los papás lo más posible para que entren en esas clases.
Ay, me parece súper bien. Estoy súper emocionada de hablar con
Muchas gracias.
Dime una cosa, aparte de, como ya mencionaste, las clases de inglés que pueden tomar los padres, ¿ofrecen otro tipo de clases? Para, no sé, carreras cortas, vamos a decir, de técnico de aire acondicionado, de técnico, de carreras cortas que los padres puedan aprender y para esa manera salir adelante?
Sí, ofrecemos también otras clases. Ofrecemos, por ejemplo, clases de ciudadanía para poder tomar el examen de ciudadanía para ser ciudadano. También ofrecemos clases de computadora para aprender todo lo de la computadora para que los papás les puedan ayudar a los niños, especialmente en esos tiempos donde todas las clases, por la mayoría, los estudiantes están asistiendo a clases virtuales. Entonces, reconocemos que es una batalla para los papás que si no saben tanto de la computadora y de la tecnología de los trabajos, cómo llenar formularios, ahorita está siendo una batalla para la comunidad en general. Entonces, ofrecemos clases de computadoras y también durante las clases donde las mamás se juntan con los niños, ofrecemos clases, a veces les invitamos a nuestros socios, otras organizaciones para que vengan y que den clases de música, por ejemplo, a los niños y les encanta mucho, les encanta muchísimo. Y luego clases de nutrición, de seguridad también, porque tenemos niños chiquitos, también darles clases a los papás de la seguridad en el carro, por ejemplo, con los asientos del carro, y clases de conservación de animales. Les invitamos a una organización donde traen animales como canguros bebés y otros animales para que los niños puedan acercarse más en un ambiente en persona, pero todo ahorita está siendo virtual. Entonces estamos como pensando cómo le vamos a hacer en el futuro, o sea, dependiendo de la situación, estamos adaptando nuestro modelo.
De cómo vaya progresando eso. Esperemos que ya no pase de un año, ojalá sean 6 meses nada más.
Sí, ojalá que todo esto pase.
Sí, podamos volver un poco a la normalidad. Dime una cosa, yo quisiera saber, ¿este programa es solamente para padres e hijos o vamos a decir si en la familia hay un tío, una tía o un primo que ya no está en edad escolar pero que quiera estudiar algo, pudiera también acercarse a su organización?
Sí, si ellos nomás quieren tomar clases de inglés y no se están inscribiendo con los niños, es para, o sea, nos centramos en toda la familia, como unir a toda la familia y crear como redes de apoyo para las familias que servimos. Entonces estamos abiertos al público, o sea, a las familias, para que sigamos adelante juntos y especialmente durante esos tiempos difíciles. Si quiere inscribirse en las clases de inglés, o sea, pueden.
Súper bien. Repíteme, por favor, la dirección en donde están localizados para que igual la gente los busque y danos el website, el sitio de ay Dios, ¿cómo se dice? La dirección, la dirección electrónica.
Nuestra dirección es el 409 y estamos en la Ben White, es West Ben White Boulevard, así se dice en inglés, y estamos en Austin, Texas, y nuestro código postal es 78704. Así está nuestra dirección, y nuestra página web es todosjuntoslc.org. Es nuestra página web y pueden encontrar información de nuestras clases allá también, o nos puede mandar mensaje en Facebook y nuestro grupo de Facebook se llama Todos Juntos Learning Center.
Súper bien. Eres un poquito nueva en la organización, como tú lo dijiste, pero platícame un poquito, ¿qué te llevó a querer trabajar con Todos Juntos?
Entonces, llevo 6 meses, yo sí estoy nueva al sector de los non-profits, de las organizaciones sin fines de lucro, pero desde que estaba yo en la universidad quería trabajar con esas organizaciones. Y, o sea, me encanta la parte de poder ayudarlos a los demás y, o sea, ver que están muy felices al recibir nuestro apoyo y o sea, asegurar que estamos allá para ellos y a su lado. Entonces, antes de trabajar en Todos Juntos, yo fui voluntaria con una organización gubernamental que se llama Peace Corps, o en español decimos Cuerpos de Paz. Y yo me fui a África a enseñar inglés por 9 meses antes de que empezó la pandemia. Entonces nos repatriaron aquí a Estados Unidos. Entonces, entonces me inspiraron mucho las organizaciones sin fines de lucro y quería, o sea, impactarlos lo más posible. Y a mí nomás me gusta, o sea, ayudar a los demás. Es por eso que después de la pandemia, después de nuestra evacuación de todo el grupo de los Peace Corps, empecé a buscar oportunidades de trabajar y de entrar en ese sector que está haciendo bastante y que está trabajando muy duro para ayudar a los que realmente lo necesitan.
Sí, definitivamente las organizaciones sin fines de lucro ahorita están ayudando mucho y están haciendo maravillas y yo antes de este trabajo nunca había trabajado con ninguna organización sin fines de lucro, pero definitivamente me ha cambiado la vida, me ha abierto los ojos, es interesantísimo la manera como trabajan y súper te llena el corazón saber de todo lo que ayudan y a toda la gente que puedes tocar cuando trabajas para una organización sin fines de lucro. Dame algún ejemplo en tu corta vida en esta organización, dame una historia de alguna familia, algo que hayas tú visto que Todos Juntos ayudó a que salieran adelante o que resolvieran un problema, o algo, una o dos ejemplos, una o dos historias, si es que tienes, para que todos escuchen. Pero antes de eso, déjame recordarles a todos los que nos están viendo ahorita, que si quieren ver esta entrevista, por si se están sintonizando ahorita, apenas mañana la van a poder ver en su totalidad, todo lo que ha pasado aquí en YouTube. Búsquenos para que vean todo, para que se informen. Y si quieren hablar con una escuela ahorita, pueden deslizar para abajo y encontrar las escuelas, si están con las que están interesados en hablar, y pueden hablar ahorita mismo en vivo hasta la 1 de la tarde, o sea que solamente tienen 45 minutos para hacer eso. Mónica, cuéntanos, por favor, alguna historia que tengas.
Una historia que me resalta mucho es de una mamá que empezó a aprender inglés con nosotros y ahorita le está ayudando a su hijo con su escuela y los dos aprendieron con nosotros en Todos Juntos. Y al principio tenía mucho miedo, o sea, de poder navegar la sociedad en general. Entonces, por la barrera del inglés, sabemos que la comunidad latina y la comunidad inmigrante en general, o sea, quiere aprender inglés y siempre están buscando clases de inglés porque o sea, hacer lo básico que se debe de hacer en este país. Sí. Entonces, me inspiró mucho la historia de esta mamá y que ahorita puede hablar tiene mucha confianza con su inglés y o sea, han desarrollado mucho con nuestros programas y las clases y todo. Entonces, nomás darles la confianza de poder navegar la comunidad es lo que tratamos de hacer y nos da mucho orgullo eso, nos da mucha felicidad.
Es definitivamente una satisfacción muy grande. Y déjame decirte que tú ahorita tal vez no lo veas, pero el día de mañana mucha gente te va a recordar a ti y a todos los que trabajan en Todos Juntos A mí no se me olvida mi primer maestra de inglés, Miss Katy. No sé dónde está, no sé qué pasó con ella, pero me cambió la vida definitivamente. Muchas gracias. ¿Tú quieres agregar algo? Estamos ya llegando al final de nuestra entrevista, pero ¿a ti te gustaría agregar algo más?
No más que Todos Juntos es una organización que se centra en construir comunidades a través de la educación y nos encantaría que se unan a nuestros programas y o sea, que sean parte de nuestra comunidad, porque les estamos ayudando a las familias lo más posible y esperamos que se unan a nuestras clases y que le ofrezcamos nuestro apoyo.
Muchísimas gracias por todo su trabajo, por lo que hacen por la comunidad. Y nos despedimos. Entonces, les pido a todos que se queden ahí. Viene Eila a hacer la última rifa del programa en vivo. Así que, por favor, espérense y nos vemos pronto y espero ir a Austin a darles un abrazo cuando ya se pueda dar abrazo.
Muchísimas gracias de nuevo por esta oportunidad. Fue un placer hablar con usted y ojalá que nos comuniquemos con más frecuencia, para que compartamos más información de Todos Juntos y nuestros servicios.
Gracias,
muchísimas gracias.
Hello, everyone. It's raffle time again. We are back with our last raffle of the day, and we have 2 more passes to Crux Climbing Center, 5 punch cards apiece. And so before we get started, since this is our very last raffle of the day, I am just going to double check and make sure that we've got the right number of tickets matched with our registrants in our awesome ticket bowl where we're going to be doing the drawing from. Okay, it looks like we need to add a few more. We are adding 8 more, so I will get going on that for you guys. Need a couple more. Okay, last 2 in the bucket for our very last drawing, and it is going to happen now. There we go. Got one. Okay, let's find out who our winner is of the 2 5-punch cards for Crux Climbing Center in Austin. Thank you again, Crux Climbing Center, for donating these. What a fun activity to do after we've all been locked in the house for so long. And I'm sure that they will be happy to share all of their awesome social distancing policies. So our winner of these last 2 is Fan Yang. So congratulations, Fan. You do not have to be watching live to win this. We'll contact you a little bit later to get your prize to you. So that was our very last raffle of the day. Thank you all so much for joining us for the Austin School Fair. We've got a little closing ceremonies that we're going to do right after this. I will stay on and chat with you all for the first time today, which is very exciting, with our founder and CEO, Colleen Dipple. So again, congratulations, Fan Yang, and to all of our other winners, Anna Maria and Rakesh from earlier. And I think we'll be swapping in Colleen here in a second. But I am happy to stay and chat. I can share with you. Oh, there she is. So we were going to be closing up the day with y'all. Hello, Colleen.
Hi, Ayla. How are you?
I am good. It has been a very exciting day, our first digital school fair. We've done a few school fairs in my time with Families Empowered. This is the first one we've done online.
Yeah, no, I mean, we're, very proud of the whole team, and you guys have worked so hard to provide an opportunity for parents to safely connect with schools, for schools to safely connect with parents, and it's been really great to bring in some of our community partners and staff. And there's just a lot going on, and lots of big decisions that parents have to make with lots of moving parts, whether it's, special education services or, worrying about, healthcare and vaccinations and safety. And then, which schools will provide options next year in addition to, this year. So I think it's been, I hope that the families who've watched, and who are watching now, if you're watching now, remember to scroll down. We still have schools. Schools are going to be live and willing to talk to you in person, answer your questions, tell you a little bit about their awesome schools until 1 o'clock today, 1 p.m. So please scroll down and click on as many schools as you can and talk to as many folks as possible. And then, this recording will be forever, not forever, but will for a very long time be available. So I think we'll have lots of opportunities for people who come to this later and maybe couldn't join us today. And as a parent myself, I know it's just super, there's a lot that goes on a Saturday. So I'm hoping that people will be able to check back in later. So Ayla, thank you. You've been at the office today, and you have you came in and you've done raffles and helped coordinate people. But I think you have a really interesting, so you actually went to school in Austin.
I did. Right? I grew up in Austin. So I am a true Texas native. I grew up in Austin. I went to UTSA for my first year of college. So lived in San Antonio, and then my family moved to Houston. So I came to be back with them. Ultimately graduated from University of Houston, and now I live in Houston with my own family. So I have had the pleasure to sort of grow up all over Texas, but my most formative years were spent in Austin.
So where did you go to school?
So my elementary school years were spent in Austin ISD, and then I went to high school at Round Rock High and at McNeil High. So sort of in the north side of Austin, we've got an awesome Round Rock school actually in the fair today. We have Round Rock Tech, SciTech. It's an idea school, great public charter school. So again, you can scroll down and talk to them if you're in that area where I grew up.
And I think we've got someone from Austin ISD. We've got somebody. Yeah, great.
Yeah, we have Austin ISD's pre-K programs in partnership with the United Way, which is super exciting and really awesome. I think Andrew touched on a little bit earlier about, all this data where they, at National School Choice Week found that so many parents are looking for new schools. And so we just did recent data, which but I'm not sure that everyone knows yet. We're asking parents right now about their pre-K experience. We've been hearing from schools, not only in Texas and Austin, but all over the country that pre-K enrollment is down. And so that's one thing that we are currently creating and gathering some data around so that we can really learn what's going on. So if you're here, you're looking for pre-K, that option is here, those AISD pre-K options, which is really exciting.
Yeah, I think for lots of families this year, if you have little kids, it might have felt overwhelming, right? Just not really knowing when the end would be in sight. I think a vaccine gives us all a lot of hope. But one, not knowing when the end is in sight, and two, the technology is just a little harder with little kids, and for folks who have, high schoolers or middle schoolers or older kids like mine, it's a little different when your children can actually type and use their own technology and are actually better at the technology than you are. So, it seems reasonable that parents just were hesitant. But, as we heard with Dr. Swamy, the American Pediatric Association really does feel like, for a whole host of reasons, not just for academic reasons, but having kids back in school and some kind of schooling is really important for the social emotional development, to have developmentally appropriate interactions with other kids, right? To play-based learning is really, significant, and hands-on tactile learning as a former teacher, there's really no substitute with the little kids. So, hopefully we see a light at the end of the tunnel, and parents are going to use the information that they learn here today or on our Apply Austin site. So the other thing is, if again, scroll down, talk to schools. They're way more interesting than Ayla and I, although I think Ayla's got lots of cool stuff to say. But, scroll down for the next 30 minutes. Our schools will be alive and available to talk to you. And we do have some great ones. And then we do have, at applyaustin.org, we have a number of schools there that parents can apply to. And you, Ayla, have, though, been doing, since March, a whole lot of work on Facebook. And you've done a lot of Facebook Lives with families and schools. Can you tell us a little bit about that? Like what kind of schools have we talked to? And are those still available on our Facebook page?
They are, yeah. So, just like everyone else, when this happened in March, our whole team went home and started working from home. And we had to figure out how to continue to bring schools to parents, because, of course, that is our mission. We want to make sure that parents find the schools that they need to find and they have the information that they need to make a choice that works for their kiddos, right? So, one way for us to help facilitate that was we started this Facebook Live series. We call it Meet Schools Live because what we heard from our parents, we did a lot of listening and we continue to listen. It's, the number one way that we're able to structure all of our programming, all this stuff that we do and bring parents. And, what they told us is that I don't want to hear from the superintendent, don't want to hear from the head of. I want to hear from school principals. I want to hear from teachers. I want to hear from the people that are actually in the schools, that I'm going to be talking to or that is going to be working with my kid. And so we did that. We tried to bring those leaders together with parents, and we did that through Facebook Live. So what we do is we host these Q&A sessions. They're about an hour a piece on Facebook, and we have talked with a whole host of different kinds of schools. We've talked to public charter schools. We've talked to the National Homeschool Coalition and gotten a lot of clarification on how do you homeschool? How do you get started? Because, of course, we have so many parents right now taking that first step into homeschooling for the first time ever. So we loved being able to clarify that. We had so many questions from parents. We've also talked to private schools. We have talked to district magnet schools. Really any type of school you can think of, we've talked to them, and we're continuing this work on, because like you mentioned earlier, pandemic unfortunately is not over yet. So this work is going to continue. But these are really awesome because they're on Facebook, they're live. And so there's a chat box. You can ask that school leader a question and it's right there. It pops up right in front of their face. So you're not just sending an email out into the ether, although most school leaders are pretty good about replying to those emails. So if you ever want to contact them, we can definitely help put you in contact with individual schools. And so it's been really wonderful. And, I got to say, since the start of the pandemic, I personally don't have any little kids, but I have lots of nieces, nephews, cousins that are pre-K kinder age. And the biggest question, my phone has started blowing up, right? Nobody cared what I did before for a living until now. And now everyone cares. And the number one question I've gotten from, my cousins and my family members is, do you know of any schools that are open? Like, I have to work, I have to go to work, but I have a 3-year-old, a 3.5-year-old, right? So, that's been a really great, sort of benchmarking process for just me personally on a personal level to know, yeah, real parents are still looking for this information. Oh, you're muted, I think.
Sorry, I muted because my family, they knew that I was doing this from home today. And so they were really great and they left. My kids left, but they came back. And so they're a little noisy. So if you hear some background noise, they're supposed to be very quiet, but it's a long time to ask a teenager to be quiet, and a 10-year-old. So anyway, I think what's been really interesting is that there are families in Texas. I mean, I think we've been really lucky in a way because we have schools. Most schools do offer an in-person option. And even when schools were not open, our partners at the Boys and Girls Club and the YMCA offered opportunities to create learning environments that were socially distanced, and summer environments, because there are essential workers and parents who do have to go into work, and you can't leave, your kids home alone at a certain age. And so to choose between, having a safe place for your children and your employment is really hard, especially in a pandemic. And so, I think that we've seen so many people step up, but our schools, I just think we have to give them a big shout out, and really, thank our principals and teachers, because I think almost every parent has an option for an in-person school if they so choose. And what's really great is most schools also are offering the choice to be virtual or to be in school. And that's not everywhere, but I think that in Texas we haven't had these full close for the year. We're never going to consider opening. And as Dr. Swamy said, there have been a lot of schools in Texas that have pioneered really opening safely and thinking about the protocols and the ways to restructure the schools. And quite frankly, lots of schools in other states are going to learn from us, because the only way you have the data is if someone does it. And so there have been a lot of really brave teachers and principals who said, okay, we can do this. If hospitals can do it, we can do it. What do we need to do? And, and certainly they deserve to be commended. And we're going to learn a whole lot at the end of this year. What worked, what didn't, where were there, where did they control, and how do they control infection rates and things like that. But, it's been really interesting as a parent, but also as the, at Families Empowered, just seeing how engaged parents are, right? I mean, we didn't know what was going to happen, but I think I saw last time I looked at one of your stats, something like 1.8 million families on social media. Is that right? Did I get that number right?
That's with our Facebook Lives alone. So, it's nice to see those numbers, but it's also at the same time nice to hear the stories. We had one amazing parent who, she was gracious enough to share her story with us. She watched one of the Facebook Lives. She herself had immigrated to the United States. And so the school process in the United States was brand new for her, right? And she has her own kids now, and she was trying to figure it out for the first time for her own kids. She didn't even have her own personal childhood experience to draw on. And so she shared with us that the Facebook Live was great because not only did she get to hear from those school leaders and the people she would actually be talking to, but in the chat, she actually got to talk to other parents that had hopped on that were already attending the school. And so she got to hear from them about, well, this is what it's been like for my kid who's learning from home right now. And so hearing those kind of just real stories that it made a difference in someone's life for real has been, such a nice compliment. I love those big, 1.8 million on Facebook alone is always so nice to hear. But hearing from the real parents that, I had no idea what to do. I had never gone through this process before, even as a child myself. And this helped. That I think that's what makes a difference for me personally.
Well, I thought what Dr. Swamy said today about parents knowing they have a right to ask questions is really a big part of our work. I mean, we are Families Empowered. And so being empowered not only means that you know about options, but that you actually feel like you then are empowered to ask questions that are important to you. And so what's really cool about some of the Facebook Lives in this event and the ones that we're doing in the next couple of weeks, because we have 2 more coming up, 3 weekends in a row. But I love watching how our parents are interacting, and they're asking questions, and they're saying things like, do you provide this? Or what do you do about this? Or even giving schools that's so great, good feedback, and it's really important because these schools have to work for kids and families, right? They have to meet the needs of families. But also some schools might not be a right fit. And so you only know that if you're asking questions, and no one wants to enroll in a school and then realize, I forgot, I didn't ask that question and maybe I should have. And now I'm in this situation where I want to change schools. So I love that we've been able, even in this pandemic where people have been socially distanced or staying at home or whatever, we've provided opportunities for parents to engage, to ask questions, and to be out in front. And our team does a lot of great work. And we're hearing from parents all the time in our call center. So we have a number here too. So any parent that also just, like we talk a lot of the digital stuff and Facebook, all of that's great, but also really, to Ayla's point, the one-on-one support that you get with a live caller, that's pretty unique. And I'm very proud of our callers, our family support specialists who really dig deep, they listen, they support, they follow up when they don't have an answer, they'll always come to us. And so we have free live callers Monday through Friday available to support families, whether it's with the SSES, finding a school, thinking about questions to ask, or troubleshooting. It's been really amazing that our callers have also been providing uninterrupted service.
Yeah, I think that's such a great point, especially with this event, because something to remember, and you touched on this a little bit earlier, is that this website, atxschoolfair.org, will stay live forever, for a very long time. And so you can always come back here, watch this video if you missed the live stream, but all of the school information stays on this page as well. So you can scroll down, you can find contact info for schools, you can get their application links, even if you weren't able to join us live, because even though Saturdays are great for lots of parents, there are lots of parents that are working. My husband's at work right now. So, there are parents that just couldn't make it today live, but this information is still here. And just as exciting, the live application one-on-one support is always there. Our phone number is on the bottom of the screen. That's all you have to do to call and get that free help. And it truly is one-on-one. I have heard our family success specialists say, well, give us feedback from this is what parents are looking for. This is what they're asking. And it truly does vary from family to family. There's really not a one size fits all answer. And so that support is available for free to parents all the time, even after this fair isn't live anymore. So that's definitely one thing I want to remind everyone, especially if you're coming on and you didn't have a chance to catch us while we were live. Give us a call, that 512-580-4046. You're going to get someone and they'll help walk you through this whole process one-on-one. They'll help walk you through all the schools available to you, homeschooling options, whatever it is you're looking for. That's there even, after January 23rd.
So there are two other things I want to make sure before we hop off that I just make sure that anyone who's watching today knows. One, you and your team, you produce a really awesome newsletter that goes out to families. And that I think, is it every month or every other month?
It is. It's once a month. Sometimes you'll get a couple extra things from us if there's anything exciting happening. For example, we talked about earlier SSES. We have been sharing information about that with parents via email, but typically just once a month.
So in that newsletter, again, we also always have links and things that you can go to, or really exciting, very important activities that are coming up. And usually those links will make sure that you have, info, if they lead you to a place where you can take action or make a decision or learn more information. And so, I would urge everyone to look at the newsletter, and open it, because it's actually, we try to tailor it to families. And we also sometimes ask families for their feedback. It's really important. We want to hear from them. So we do surveys. So you may get a survey from us, and we often have prizes. So today we had those fun, awesome, the climbing gym and beards, and the really great, the prizes for the hair cutting and beard cutting, trimming. But we often have prizes from HEB and other places. But it's so important to get parent feedback, right? Because we want to hear from families. We want to give families what they need or help solve problems for them. So I'm going to ask you a question, but I also just want to say one more pitch is that our communications team and our program team did such a great job when school shut down, and we still have this, but we have assembled resources for families for the pandemic that are not necessarily just school resources. So we do also know that families are hurting and have been hurting. And many people are looking at, potential housing insecurity, food insecurity, and are potentially struggling with unemployment. And so we try really hard to make sure that our community partners, again, we hear from parents, we know that they're stressed about lots of things. We're not the United Way. We don't have every resource, but we do try to have all kinds of useful resources that will help lift families up and support families and empower families. And we still have that pandemic resource page up on our website. It also has information about schools and curriculum. And so until we're really kind of into some new normal, and we're going to continue to have that up there. So thank you, Ayla, for also making sure that happened for our families. And again, everything's in Spanish and English, which is pretty important. So,
And actually,
I don't know what is, and it's a little weird for you to tell me this, but what's the most fulfilling part of your work at Families Empowered?
Yeah, that has changed a little bit since the pandemic, because it's, our work has changed a little bit in that we've been doing a lot more, but differently. And so, one thing that, that COVID-19 resources page was very fulfilling for me to work on because it is available in English and Spanish, but we also have limited version of the resources on that page in many other languages. And we were able to do that through our awesome team. So we have a Hindi in there, we have Korean, we have Arabic, I believe, and Vietnamese. Chinese. So we were able to produce that in lots of different languages. And that's just truly thanks to our amazing multilingual team. And so working with other organizations and seeing how all of our partners, our friends at National School Choice Week who are on with us today, our friends at Children at Risk, our friends at Texas Children's Hospital, all of our friends, around the state. And we've even been able to work with other organizations throughout the country to sort of see what's going on with them, has just reminded me that we're all in this for parents. We really do all care. It truly is at the cornerstone of our work, which I think is something that's easy to forget. But in normal times, when we would be doing this in person and I would be at a school fair talking to parents in real life, my most fulfilling moments at Families Empowered are when I get to help families with applications and the kids are at the forefront of the application and they're excited about the school that they want to apply to. I'm one of those kids where my whole life I grew up, I loved school. I would be a professional student if I could. And so I love seeing kids that are like that out there. And I many times have sat there next to a student. I remember one in particular. I was sitting there next to a boy in middle school. He was applying for 8th grade for a new campus. And he was so excited. He came, he had his own little list that he had written out of the schools that he wanted to apply to and that he wanted to go to. And he's the one that sat down next to me at the computer. And mom was there, but, mom was only there to answer the questions for the application that he didn't know. He really drove the process. And that's so fulfilling to me to be able to see kids like that and work with kids like that are just so passionate about their own education as well.
Yeah, so we also did a drive-through event. You want to share a little bit about that? I think what I love about what our communications and program team have just done is that we've said let's figure out all kinds of safe ways. This is the safest we've ever been, but let's figure out ways to meet people. And that was with another community partner, but that was really as close to kind of a in-person event as we've had. That was pretty neat. What are your thoughts on the drive-through?
Yeah, that was fun. So we initially decided to do a drive-through event because we sat down and we said, okay, what are families still missing? There are lots of organizations out there providing information and options. We've been doing these Facebook Lives, but who are we leaving out? And there is a digital divide. There just is. It still exists. It is very real. And so families still need some level of in-person support and one-on-one support that's outside of the internet, even though we are coming at you on the internet today. But parents do need that touch point. Some of them do. And so we decided to have a drive-through event. And we partnered with our friends at Baker Ripley, who have just for years been an amazing partner to us. And they are truly dedicated to not only all of their students that attend Promise Community Schools, which are the public charter schools associated with Baker Ripley, but also just their whole community. And so we were able to host a drive-through event. We were super extra safe. We enforced masking. We had face shields, and we had a ton of cars come through. I mean, at one point we had the parking lot sort of filled and you saw all the headlights, and it was really exciting. But, the fact of the matter is we were able to also partner with Houston ISD at that event, who they came out, they brought paper applications. A lot of families just want to fill it out on paper and be able to hand it to someone and know, okay, I turned it in, I handed it to you. And to ask what they feel like are very simple questions, but what we know are not simple questions, and it's actually really confusing in a lot of cases, and you need help, especially if you've never done it before. And, I think we joked that night that, sometimes these college applications, we had to think back, or these school applications, we had to think back to our own experience applying to college, because that's the similarity there. And so if you've never experienced that, it's confusing. So being able to provide that in a drive-through environment where we were able to be safe but still interact with people was really nice.
Yeah, we're coming up on the last 10 minutes, and I think that you just hit something up, reminded me of the first, when we opened this segment at 9 a.m. With, Anna and I talked to a board member who, discussed her experience applying to Harvard from the Rio Grande Valley and just kind of doing that on her own. And, I always tell people it's sort of similar, if you've applied to college and you have this school K-12 process is a little less daunting because you recognize, okay, I have to apply to a couple schools. I've got to ask some questions. There's probably some deadlines, some applications, but there are a lot of processes. And so we really exist in the K-12 space to help parents through that application process and to really make sure that they're looking at all their options and considering all that, all of the things. So we've continued to do that through the pandemic, right? Because kids still have to learn and they still need to go to school, whether it's virtual school or hybrid school or homeschool or pods or public charter schools or magnet schools or their neighborhood school or a private school. And so, we want families, as they're thinking and planning for next year, and as we come out of the pandemic, we want families to have the best information. So I want to, again, urge everyone to scroll down for the next 10 minutes, talk to some schools, but also remember that we are available to you at familiesempowered.org. And, apply, if you go to applyaustin.org, you can find some of our school partners, not all of them, that are listed there, and call us. But so one other thing you did, Hila, that I just, when I look back, I'm kind of blown away at all the different ways we thought, okay, how can we reach parents? It's social media, it's the newsletters, it's the drive-through, it's this, which you guys put tons of hours and effort, and our schools were just tremendous and said, okay, we'll try it too. We want to make sure we reach all parents. And but you also did some videos, you actually masked up, you drove in your car. I'm not sure if it was Central Texas or just San Antonio, but I know that we had hoped to hit different schools. So tell me a little bit about that. What was your experience like when we were videoing some of our schools? What did you see and what did you learn?
So, that was really interesting. It was a great experience, and those videos you can see on a couple of our other shared application platforms. So you can see them at applysa.org and applyhouston.org. But, what was great about that was seeing the social distancing and the masking and all of the safety precautions in practice at schools, right? Watching the kids masked up, seeing the plexiglass, seeing how teachers, especially what was really amazing was watching the younger classrooms, right? Like the kindergartners, because that's where it's really important to be able to smile and emote so that you can get across, kind of what you're talking about and teaching. And seeing how teachers have risen to that challenge to make it work with the masks and with the plexiglass and with all of the things that they have to do was really awesome. On a selfish note, it was nice to get out and talk to people again face to face in real life. And so that was so fun. And it really highlights the willingness of schools to work with every family to make sure that their kiddo is able to continue learning. We did a survey a little earlier this year, only a couple months ago, and we asked parents, how are your kids doing academically? How's it going? And unfortunately, 61% of parents said their kids were not prepared for this school year. And, of all the parents that filled out that survey, which was almost 500 parents, 75% of them said that their kids needed a moderate to overwhelming amount of catch up just to get back to grade level. And we know that parents are sharing that, but schools know that too. And they have risen to the challenge. I saw one school that put together a sort of catch-up classroom for those kids that were learning virtually, but that the school had done some assessments and said, you're not where you need to be. So you got to come back in a couple days a week and be in this catch-up classroom so we can get you where you need to be so you can move ahead. And schools have really risen to that challenge. And like you mentioned, schools are ready to work with you and talk to you and make sure that your kids are learning. All of the schools that are live today for about 5 more minutes, if you scroll down on the page, when we put together this fair, we wanted to give parents the experience of an in-person fair, of actually getting to talk to someone, not just watching a video, not just reading a piece of paper. And so the school said, yes, we will staff up on Saturday and we'll do it. And I think that just really shows their commitment.
Yeah, I'm really grateful to the schools who who agreed to do this. They are working really hard and they're adapting and innovating. And, I think schools want kids back too, right? Teachers are in it for the kids, right? They're in it for the teaching, and they miss their kids and they miss having those full classrooms and those great discussions. And, again, if we all do our part and get vaccinated, I think we'll be able to see. My kids are back in school. My son doesn't get to do labs, but he's in school. He's physically in school. So he's hearing from the teachers. But, in high school, if you're in science, it's not as much fun to be in science without labs. And they're doing virtual labs and they're doing their best. But once we're all vaccinated, I'm hoping we have things like labs again, and we have kids who are able to be more interactive with each other, and maybe we have more smiles, and high fives at some point. Probably not in the fall. The doctors listening will be like, no. But I think that we'll hopefully get back there, and we, at Families Empowered, really, we hope that we're just a small part of really helping families rebuild and move forward. But our schools who participated today, we really just owe them an incredible sort of high five, fist bump, elbow bump, fist bump, but mostly thank you, for, again, we're all in this together, but trying to just meet families where they are, giving up their Saturday. They just like us, they're working all day. It's exhausting. And they're doing stuff they've never actually really had to do, like having to answer all kinds of emails. My kids are emailing their teachers now all the time, even though they're in person. So they're working in school, and then they're answering emails, and they're grading papers, and they're doing all of that tremendous work. And then to give up, 4 hours on a Saturday is a really, it just says a lot about their commitment to meeting families and to getting us all kind of back on track. And just the innovations at the schools that we heard today, especially with the virtual schools, some of our schools that were brick and mortar that have literally been like, okay, let's let's build a virtual school. Those are innovations, as I said, with Andrew Campanella. I hope that those innovations don't go away, especially for kids who might have anxiety disorders or, struggle a little bit, having the option to still be part of a school and be hybrid and learn or self-pace. I think there could be some really great opportunities to be more inclusive, more equitable, kinder, gentler, and provide families with more options, right? After we get through this. We're coming up on 3 minutes. And so is there any last parting, words you'd like to say to our families before we sign off?
Yeah, I just want to remind families that even if you missed us live, even if you're just signing on, we've only got a couple minutes left. Even after the fair is technically not live anymore, remember you can always come back here and contact the schools directly. Their contact info will be here. Their application links will stay here. And then I also just want to thank all of our schools. So I'm going to run through them real quick. Maybe not all the campuses because we do have more than 30 of you guys. But, I will say I had the opportunity to talk to all of these school leaders and all the principals and teachers and staff that are on the Zoom rooms and that are live. And they were all so excited and they had planned things out. So, I really do want to thank them, starting with Upbring School of Arts and Sciences, also our friends at Idea Public Schools and all of their campuses were here today to talk to families, St. Dominic Savio Catholic High School, Austin Achieve and all of their campuses, Cedar International Academies, including their high school, all of the Wayside campuses that were fantastic to have. Great Hearts Online, which is one of those brick and mortar schools that decided to open a virtual school. They're in their first semester and just super excited to reach parents. But Christian School, NIOS Charter School, which is definitely one of the originals in Houston. I had friends that went to NIOS when I was in school, so I have known about NIOS for a while. And so I'm excited that as a grown-up, I get to work with them. Basis Austin and Basis Austin Primary, as well as Compass Rose, a new school coming to Austin. Of course, United Way and Austin ISD with their pre-K partnerships. Magnolia Montessori for All, which is a really cool Montessori school. Their campus is beautiful. Jubilee Wells Branch. We've also got San Marcos Academy, which is a cool private school with transportation, as well as St. David's Episcopal Day School, which is available on the website as well to chat with afterwards.
Great. I love it. That's just such an awesome, diverse group of schools doing really cool work, and they're all doing different things, but they're all similarly just crushing it for kids every day, and really putting families first. So we do owe them a big thank you. And to our families and community partners who signed in today, stay safe. And we get vaccinated, wash your hands, mask up, come to us for help. We're here for you. Signing off. See you later.